I want to confirm from Anthony Mwangi ama Flo Jimo. Si nikonfirmie kwa kucomment kama sauti yangu inasikika. Kama haiko nivae headphone. So naomba unisaidie hapo kuconfirm. Meshak, kuna sauti kweli? I don't hear myself, man. George, jibu swali. George, kuna sauti unanisikia? George Kolinyanyang. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rono Dominic. Asante sana. Asante Fabiano Adriano. Wewe ni dynasty mwenzangu bana. Mumo Martin, hai. Meshak Chebon kubwa tena. Asante. Leo ni leo, William na baba ama William na Raila ama anko na baba wanazidi kutembea Kenya wakiuza sera zao. So according to you is the fifth, kwa sababu wote wanajiita the fifth. Sasa wengine hatuelewi. So kulingana na wewe, Meshak ni sawa tu. Ruto tosha, Lei ongea sasa, sauti iko sawa. Thank you. Sinimeogotea kutosha jamini. Sasa niweke hapo link. Kama ungependa kuchangia kwenye show, uingie moja kwa moja alafu utapata tu nafasi twako. Nimekawia bila kuja hapa bana. Hata kushare link ni shida sasa. Acha nitafute. Sasa nimeweka link kwa comment section. Wale ambao mngependa kuchangia kwenye show, link iko hapo, ukiklik itakuleta ndani kabisa. Mbona hiyo link haijafika? Malaki Ogembo, Baba State House. Raila kama kawa is a paima. Wei, kina Jane Mevo, Sam US, Sam sijui. Huyu Sam wa US amenipotelea sana. Kujeni hapa bana. We'll be back after finishing. Okay. Finish. Bwana, farasi ni mbili. Wengine ni zebra na punda. Okuz Juma. Farasi ni wawili, nishakuelewa. We vote for Raila because of his track record. Maoni yake Makori Samuel. J-Code. Ni aje dynasty mwenzangu. Dominic, karibu. J-Code, ongea.
Mimi niko poa. Kwani Kenya iko mpaka na Mataliban?
Taliban zima mic, Taliban.
Mimi niko poa. Mvua tu ndio imenyesha huku Kisii mbaya. Kumenyesha. Na baridi. Watu wanataka wakaa wawili ndio maisha isonge mbele. Uko aje? Mutembei yako wapi?
Mimi Mutembei hata sijamuona bana. Yeah.
So leo tunaongelea nini? Tunaongelea jana.
Sasa Raila na Ruto wanazidi kutembea Kenya wakisema azina, wakiuza sera zao. Sasa we kama mwananchi wa kawaida unaona who is your preferred, not private, preferred candidate and why?
Okay. Mimi watu wengi wananijua mimi ni mtu wa baba. First of all, kuna kitu nataka niongelee. First of all, before tusonge mbele, baba amekuwa si tu Bungoma ama amekuwa wapi? Amekuwa Kakamega leo. So sisi watu wa baba huwa tunangojea ODM waende live. Hiyo kitu watu wengi wamenitusi just because nilikuwa na attack Philip Wetali. Sisi huwa tunangojea page ya ODM waende live ndio tuchukue hizo picha zao link tuweke live. Unaona? Mtu kama mimi huwa natumia, hakuna mwenye aliniforce kuwa supporter wa Raila Odinga, hakuna mwenye aliniambia nikuwe member ya ODM, but roho yangu mimi mwenyewe niliamua kujoin. So supporting ODM, supporting Raila Odinga means lazima tupate kitu yenye kuna quality to share to our viewers, to share to our followers. Sasa leo the communication team ya ODM wamefanya makosa ambayo inaongozwa na Philip Wetali. We know Philip Wetali anataka kiti ya MP huko Western. Philip Wetali amesahau kazi yake kabisa ya communication as an ODM communication director. Ameamua kuingia ground kujitafutia kura. You know these people ndio wanafanya baba anaanguka. Instead ya kuconcentrate kutafutia mzee kura, wako na kazi mbili. Moja ya kujitafutia, ingine ya kutafutia baba. Na yet jamaa anapata salary na ODM. Tukiuliza ng'ombe zingine, some stupid people from ODM wanaanza kuniita mimi ni mall, wananiambia nataka kazi. Mimi sitaki kazi ya communication yoyote, sitaki anything, but they should wanunue equipment zenye zinaleta vitu zenye ziko real. Like ukiangalia the UDA, sometimes huwa napatia credit Dennis Itumbi ile kazi yenye anafanya. Unaona, Dennis Itumbi, na ukieka Dennis Itumbi kwa pesa moja na Philip Wetali, na kuambia Dennis Itumbi ataangusha Philip Wetali asubuhi na mapema, because that guy has no clue ya kufanya kitu yoyote. Alafu tukiongea Philip Wetali ameweka some bloggers wenye analipia rent hapo Ngong, wengine anawalipia Kayole, wanakuja kutuambia sisi ni mall. Tunataka kitu yenye quality, because mimi member wa ODM, mimi ni supporter baba. Then ukiongea kitu kama hiyo mtu anakuja kukutusi eti mimi ni mall. Mimi namwambia ukweli, aacha kukula Masirei Queen, afanyie baba kazi kwanza. Ikifika 2022 tuende kucelebrate na Masirei Queen wakati baba kwa kiti. Hii ujinga Philip Wetali anafanyia ODM. Hii si kazi yenye anafanya. Yani wanatuletea picha zenye ziko na scratches. Ama walikuwa wanataka kanini Kega ile kazi yenye anafanya Sendo, wachukue kanini Kega kutoka Sendo wapeleke Western niende kukapcha hizo picha za baba. Philip Wetali huu ni ujinga, na kuambia live. Hii ni ujinga uko nayo. Unapata salary ya ODM na bado unatuletea picha zenye ziko outdated, picha za 1978. Chama kama ODM inastahili kuwa saizi na equipment zenye ziko ready kufanya kazi. Alafu tuongea mtu anaanza kukutuzi. Uwezo ukanituzi mimi ni member ODM, mimi ni supporter wa Raila Odinga. Unatuletea picha. Ukiangalia zile picha zenye zilikuwa zinatoka Bungoma leo, hao watu walifeli kabisa, hata wangeacha wasilete live. Walifeli kabisa, hakuna chenye kilikuwa, hata kushare peke yake nilikuwa na aibu ya kushare. Na niko na right ya kuuliza. Alafu watu wanakuja kuniambia ujinga. Okay, tuingie kwa mada ya leo. Sasa tuko na farasi mbili kwa president, Raila Odinga na William Ruto. Kuna hizi magunia mbili, hizi magunia zingine zenye zimejitokeza, akina Mudavadi, akina Kalonzo, akina Weta, sijui akina nani wenye wanataka kusimama nao. Kenya wangefanya hao majamaa wasiharibu pesa zao za kwenda kwa campaign. Uwezo ukafanya campaign mbele ya Raila Odinga, azini unafanya campaign ukijua Raila Odinga ako kwa debe. unafanya campaign ukijua William Ruto kwa debe. Wange sacrifice hizi vitu zao ze wanyoko nazo, waingie wa support Raila Odinga for the last time, wa support Raila Odinga 2022 baba akichukua, because baba anaenda kuchukua 2022 na tunajua anaenda tamu moja, ili au majamaa ndio tutawaangalia. Lakini saa hizi Mudavadi na kichwa yake anaamuka kusema that anataka upresident, na yeye mwenyewe kutoka Isipate anapatanga kura 20,000 kutoka Isipate constituency. Hata Raila Odinga anamshinda kutoka constituency yake. Then anataka kuuliza hata kuna pesa ya kuuliza president, hata za kule za kupeleka papers ya kuna pesa. Kitu nataka kuambia wa Kenya, 2022 iko hapa karibu. 2022 tunaenda kuchagua kiongozi, na huyo kiongozi hata wahi kuwa William Ruto. Huyo kiongozi ni Raila Odinga. Huyo kiongozi atakuwa Raila Odinga 2022 kwa debe. Wewe upigie William Ruto na kura zako zote, uchukue na miguu juu, uchukue na meno yako 32 ama uongeze kuwe 42 ama 47, ufanye kitu yoyote, pati Raila Odinga anaenda. Najua wewe Clinton, wewe ni mtu wa UDA, pati nakwambia live hapa 2022 sisi wafuasi wa baba tunaenda kumpigia kura na anaenda kuwa rais wa Kenya. Sasa hizi farasi ni mbili, William Ruto na Raila Odinga. Corruption na mtu mwenye amefanya maendeleo. Hauwezi ukaniambia that mtu mwenye ako na akili ameenda university amesoma, leo hii William Ruto anakuja kukuambia anataka kukupatia wheelbarrow. Leo hii msichana William Ruto ameolewa Nigeria, but in Netherlands anakuanga assistant ambassador in Netherlands. Kijana William Ruto ni lawyer na anakuanga CEO wa Kenyans. Lakini anakuja kudanganya kama saizi William Ruto akapo hapa Kisii Town. Amekuja kulala hapa Kisii Town. Akesho ataamuka kwanza kudanganya watu. Akina Anthony Kibagendi anaanza kudanganya watu hapa Kisii Town, anawapatia wheelbarrow. Mimi niamuke hivi asubuhi na mapema nienda kwa mkutano na William Ruto, naenda kuchukua wheelbarrow ama mkoteni. Kwani akili yangu itakuwa imeharibika? Ama ile masomo yenye mama alinipeleka shule itakuwa imeenda wapi? Sebusa saizi William Ruto wakati alikuwa K92 ile ya 92 KY92 moja angempatia wheelbarrow. Huyu jamaa angekuwa wapi saizi? Angepatiwa mkokoteni 1992. William Ruto angekuwa wapi saizi? William Ruto aliamka na Jirongo wakaenda wakapatiwa shamba. Na hiyo shamba ndio walianza kugrab mashamba hapo. Ingine ndio walipatiwa Ruaraka na Moi. Moja akawaangalia akaona hao vijana wanatoshia kupatiwa shamba wachiendeleze. Lakini William Ruto anaona vijana wa Kenya wanatoshana na wheelbarrow kitu ya 2000.
Jacob.
Na anatembelea gari ya worth 5 million. Yes, Clinton.
Jacob.
Yes, Clinton.
Hello.
Jacob, let me ask you this, yeah?
Yes.
Nimesikia Mheshimiwa William akisema kwamba wheelbarrow ni alama ya chama.
Unasema
mwavuli ulivyo ya Wiper na orange.
Ati?
Clinton yebo ongea na sauti.
Ngoja kidogo.
Sasa ni ukweli William akipata upresidency na maana kima atapeana wheelbarrow. That's what you mean.
Clinton ukisema ya kwamba William Ruto amesema wheelbarrow ni symbol, nisikize. Ukisema ya kwamba ukisema ya kwamba William Ruto amesema wheelbarrow ni symbol ya UDA.
Yeye na bwana yake so. Watu wazime mic kwanza. Kama huongei zima mic tafadhali. Toroiti zima mic. Jacob, wheelbarrow ni alama ya chama.
Yes. Wheelbarrow ni alama ya UDA, si ndio? Pati William Ruto akienda mahali popote si anapatianga wheelbarrow. Okay, sisi chama yetu alama yetu ni ya chungwa. Ushaiona tukienda Western tukiwapatia machungwa? Patuwira Ruto anaendanga napatia mpaka graduate wheelbarrow. Mimi
You could proceed.
Hello. Ndio nakuuliza hivi Clinton. Unasema ya kwamba William Ruto amesema alama ya UDA ni wheelbarrow. Pati akienda Rift Valley ama akienda Central anapatiana wheelbarrow na anapatiana mkokoteni. Na wenye anapatia ni graduates. Mtoto mama amemzaa, amembeba 9 months, amemzaa, amemlinda, ameenda shule, amemaliza university, then William Ruto na ujinga zake anaamka kumpatia wheelbarrow. How? Unapatia graduate mwenye amegraduate, anahitaji kazi ili ajiendeleze, angalau hata arudishe pesa zenye alikopa kutoka kwa help, arudishie government. Unampatia wheelbarrow. Hii wheelbarrow ataendesha for how long ili akuje kurudisha pesa? Kwa siku mtu wa mkokoteni anatengenezanga ngapi? Kwa siku mtu wa wheelbarrow anatengenezanga pesa ngapi? Umempatia wheelbarrow saizi, hiyo help yenye alipatiwa maybe ya 200k atarudisha akiwa na miaka ngapi? Tuache kudanganyana. William Ruto aache kudanganya vijana wa Kenya. William Ruto aache kudanganya vijana wa Kenya. Hakuna kitu inaitwa bottom up economy. Hiyo ni ujinga na hiyo ni kitu anadanganya vijana ili wampigie kura. Akiingia huko abadilika kwa mwingine. Hakuna kitu yenye hatujui juu ya William Ruto. Hakuna tabia ya William Ruto hatujui Kenya hii. Ndio tunamuelewa, yeye ni kijana wa Kenya, yeye ni kijana mwetu, tunamjua. Tunajua zile vitu zenye zote amefanya. So asikuje kutudanganya leo hii ya kwamba anatupatia wheelbarrow. Hatuko ready kuuziwa wheelbarrow sisi. Tunataka maendeleo, tunataka pesa zirudi kwa wananchi, pesa zifikie vijana, vijana waanze kufanya kazi. Hata kama hawatakuwa na kazi ya serikali, kijana atafungua biashara na hiyo biashara itamsaidia, lakini si wheelbarrow.
Because I'm aware of any graduate.
Yeah.
Oh, sawa.
So Jacob, I think you are being unfair on your judgment.
Kwa nini?
Mimi nafikiria wheelbarrow ni alama ya chama, lakini si eti kwamba graduates wanapewa ma wheelbarrow. Umewahi graduate akipewa akakataa kuchukua? Kama kweli wanapewa, ushaona mwenye amepewa akakataa kuchukua?
Nataka nikuulize hivi Clinton, ngoja Clinton, wakati msichana wa William Ruto aligraduate, alipatiwa wheelbarrow? Nataka tu niambie kweli, alipatiwa wheelbarrow akakataa?
Na si huyo jamaa aendaye Prada kwa Raila, nani anamkataza? Huyo jamaa si aendaye Prada kwa Raila, nani anamkataza? Maisha unashughulika na maisha wenyewe kwa nini? Si uendaye Prada kwake, uendeshe kwa barabara.
Kama nikwambie wewe,
tuko na haja na
wacha nikwambie wewe, ni wale ambao mmedanganywa, mmekorobishwa akili zenu zimekaa kama wheelbarrow. Unaona ile kinyesi yenye wheelbarrow inakanyaga, akili yako jamaa imekanyagwa kama hiyo. Tunataka kusaidia wa Kenya, lakini uko hapa kutuambia tu support wheelbarrow. Wacha na hiyo yenye unadanganya watu bwana. Wacha kuuzia watu ukora. Ambia watu kweli, wacha kuuzia watu ukora.
Endea Prada kwa Raila, hakuna mtu atakuuliza. Hakuna mtu atakuuliza ukiendea Prada ukuendeshe.
Kuna penye umeona yeyote ameendea Prada huko amepewa? Bila mnapatianga watu wheelbarrow.
Mimi niko na haja na hiyo wheelbarrow. Shida yako unaumwa nini?
Wewe kwanza funga mtoto maziwa. Patia mtoto maziwa kwanza. Patia mtoto maziwa. Patia mtoto maziwa. Ama upambie bibi aingie kwa huko bedroom, mtoto alilia huko.
Nani, toa mtoto tafadhali ama uzime mic. Thank you. Tumia lugha ya heshima tafadhali. Naomba tukubaliane kwamba Wilbaro ni alama ya chama cha William. Sera zake sio eti kwamba kila graduate atapewa.
Clinton, nataka unielewe.
Heshimu chama cha mwenzako.
Clinton, nataka unielewe. Mimi nitakupatia heshima kulingana na vile umepatia vijana wa Kenya heshima. Huwezi ukakosea vijana wa Kenya heshima kuwapatia Wilbaro ambayo imekanyaga mavi, tena unakuja kuniambia nipatie William Ruto heshima. Hakuna siku. Ako hapa Kisii. Hawa wishi kesho tumpatane na yeye mbele hivi. Unajua kiatu yake ilipaki Nyamarambe, baby anaiendea hiyo kiatu 207, kiatu yake ilipaki Nyamarambe. Aende hiyo kiatu.
Sasa kesho mkikutana hivi utadu. So Jacob, acha hasira ndogo ndogo. Kama chama chenu cha ODM leo kimewa let down, heshimu chama cha wengine pia kwa sababu wamejipanga. So tumeelewana. Wilbaro ni kama chungwa, alama ya chama. Kwa sababu ukisema alama ya chama ndicho kitu ambacho mtakuwa mnapeana 2022, wengine hatutumii chungwa, hivyo basi tutalala njaa mkichaguliwa. So tukue na heshima hata tukipiga siasa. Any disagreement with what Frank was trying to say? Anybody can talk. Wamalo.
I think the problem we have in this, kuna watu wageni hawajui siasa sana. That is, they are very petty. Unaona zile hasira wana practice. But since 2017, Raila has been using oranges. Unaona watu kule tano wamebeba vitu zinakaa oranges. Nobody have ever bothered with those oranges. Hizo vitu zinakaa oranges. Now, William Ruto's symbol of his political party is that wheelbarrow. And if he can anaweza itia hao vijana hizo wheelbarrow waende, then who have failed? The government have failed. The stakeholder have failed. And he asked that question in Bomas one day. If at this 21st century, people are depending on wheelbarrow, then our question we should ask ourselves as a country, where did we fail? Tuliangukia wapi? At this century utapatana na mtu kwa jia na miwa anauza, and it is 21st century. So I think this issue of using wheelbarrow as symbol is very difficult to this
laptop. Ndio.
Yes.
Walitimiza.
Nini? Okay. This Jubilee government, they have tried, and even the Babylon was not built in a single day. So it is a continuing process. So even zenye Moi aliahidi watu hakutimiza zote, zenye Kibaki aliahidi watu hakutimiza zote. It is a continuing process.
Jubilee alifanya kazi kuna Raila.
Yes, they have done the job. Walifanya kazi gani ya handshake na kupoteza pesa ya BBI? Nothing else.
Hakuna pesa BBI. Ruto nataka kuimpeach Uhuru. Mbona Uhuru
Wamarwa?
This is the problem we have. We have been relying on propagandas from those who are calling mafias and everything, political gainers who want to gain politicals.
The guy cannot lead the country. It's true.
Raila has wasted Kenyan taxpayers sailing through unacceptable BBI. He has been enjoying red carpet, nothing else. Amepewa magari ya serikali, red carpet. He need to refund those money.
Wamarwa tafadhali nyamaza tutoe maoni sisi.
Excuse me.
Yes,
Sasa
Wamalo
Excuse me,
wanyamaze.
Zeki na
Wamalo wewe
Wamalo.
nyamaza.
nyamaza kwanza.
You
Nakwambia
give me my time. You give me
No,
my time. Nimalizie.
Excuse me,
Alafu
no,
tell me the
you
rest.
should
You reply.
excuse me,
pause a bit
Wamalo.
because you are just
Wamalo.
giving some
Wamalo.
views.
Wamalo,
Your views
fanya hivi.
zako unapeana sometimes
Zeki,
Hakuna
Zeki,
the
lazima
kazi
nation.
alikuwa
Zeki.
anafanya. Vile
Sasa
Handshake
unaongea
aliingia,
you are just thinking on nation things.
ndio
Let
akafanya
us
kazi.
also
We were
sasa
there.
ikiongea
Jubilee government started 2013. It performed very well. Then
first time
Raila
Jubilee
ventured
government
in, akaharibu kila
2013
kitu.
Mwache uongo
2013
bana.
it failed totally.
Akapatiwa
uongo.
red
It failed.
carpet, akatulia. Unasikia? Akapatiwa red carpet, akatulia. Amepatiwa magari ya serikali, ameabiriwa atakuwa president. But today akiambiwa kesho hata kukuwe na another good candidate, utaona amechange. So he has been serving his own interest. Ameharibu hii nchi kwa kutumia BBI, around 40 billion zimetumika bure.
Excuse me guys, nasikika kweli?
Amepatiwa magari
Wekesa
ya
ni aje?
serikali bure. Asikia? So I don't think Raila is anything important in this country.
Hello.
And he should not even be allowed even a single day to accede to anything
Hello.
called
Frank,
power in
unanisikia?
this country.
Nakusikiza. Zaid anakusikiza.
Clinton unasema?
Man, am I audible?
Who is
I'm thinking that my net is the one which has a problem. I'm not hearing what Rupen is saying. Yeah, ina katika, so I don't know whether it's my side or the other side. But for you, you are
Nasikika
clear.
kweli? Wekesa?
You are clear.
Clinton, wacha niongee bana. Clinton.
Lakini mimi unanisikia? Okay, sasa najaribu kuambia Zeki ama alikuwa anaitwa nani? Na nani waache kuargue sana, mmoja amalize mwingine achukue. Ni kama hata hawanisikizi jameni. So tukue tuna heshima.
hata wameni
Different
disrupt
opinion,
sana.
lakini kila mmoja aseme yake, akimaliza aulizwe swali ama arekebishwe. So kesa hata mimi ni kama sina net, imekataa. Juu hata nikipost link inachukua minutes ndipo ina load. So ni kama na quit. It's like I'm quitting. Wekesa, hope umenisikia.
The link is there. Whatever you have posted is there. So I don't know what. And you are very clear. I'm hearing you. The only problem I'm having is with Wamalo. I don't know whether the network is poor from his end.
I think mine is good. Unless in your side.
Unanisikia vizuri?
Mi nakusikia vizuri sana.
Okay.
Hata mimi hawanisikizi kabisa.
Nakusikia Jacaranda.
Just argue and argue. Hebu jaribu kuweka watu kwa show. Mimi naweka inakata. Yes. Okay. Wamalo, malizia what you were saying in 2 minutes time.
I was saying people should not be too much bothered with His Excellency Dr. William Ruto symbol of his party wheelbarrow. It is just a symbol, and even if he wants to donate to the youth whom they want, wacha apeane. Even myself, I get one, I'll just go to Karen and take one, and I use it for my own benefit. Whoever thinks the other candidate has better, let him get a Prado or a Mercedes Benz, no problem. Kila mtu akona shida zake and we are different. So I think there was a guy who was just alikuwa naongea kuhusu kuhusu hiyo nini, that symbol of wheelbarrow is so much nini, ako so much bitter with the wheelbarrow. It is a symbol ODM has been using origins. Kuna wenye tumekuwa tukiona huko town wakizunguka na hizo vitu wamefunga. We never bothered. But what we are after is candidate. We as Oda or anybody in Oda, we can be comfortable with what we have or what symbol we are using. And in our election, we are not after symbol or after those wheelbarrow delivery. We are after our candidate specifically, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto. We have seen, we know the history of other candidates whom have been an MP somewhere for 24 years. Nothing he has done. It is in fact the beginning of poverty in Kenya. So, since he has said that alipata hiyo power kidogo ya red carpet, it is not a guarantee he is going to gain any power in this country. So, we should be careful. And we should not, tusichukie watu kulingana zile chama wako. But what I believe, our next president is Dr. William Ruto. The rest are jokers and joyriders.
Sasa Ruben, wewe unasema watu wasichukie watu, na wewe the way unaongea ni kama uko na machungu na umse. Ati mara red carpet, hiyo imetokea wapi sasa? Are you sure?
We are just differing ideologically.
Disappear.
Wacha ni Wamarwa. Let me conclude what Wamarwa is trying to say.
Who is that from? Nani anaongea?
Kamodo ndiye anaongea.
Kamodo?
Kamodo.
Hebu tuambie unasema nini? Kuna mtu background yake iko noisy. Sam Makori. Kindly mute. Ukiingia studio kindly una mute. So kuna watu wanaweka on and then the background is very noisy. So what are you saying, Kamodo? Disappear. Okay, Ruben, finish your statement. Kamodo, you are muted. Kindly unmute and then you talk.
What I'm trying to say, I wanted to finish what Wamarwa is trying to figure out what Wamarwa is trying to say. Yes.
Yes. Endelea.
Niseme ya kwamba unajua the problem with us, we are praying, some of us are praying very cheap. We are praying cheap politics. Now the problem is that tukiongea kuhusu symbols, there is no party that has no symbol. ODM wako na symbol ya the orange, Wiper wako na symbol ya mwamvuri na other parties. So let's stop praying those politics. Hii mambo ya symbol tukiargue about the symbol, it's cheap politics. Yes.
Okay, Kamodo.
Yes.
If you're done, then mute or I will remove. There is a background noise from your side. Ama sio Kamodo. There is somebody whose background is noisy.
Ni kwa Makori. Makori, mute your mic.
Where is Makori? Okay. Makori, if you don't mute, I will put you at the background. So let's have Clinton is having challenges with network, so I will assist him. But okay, he's back. Clinton, proceed.
Unanisikia Wekesa?
Yes.
Mbona sijarudi kwa screen kubwa bana? Hebu ni add. Okay. Hope mnanisikia
Clinton uko
sasa.
mara pili.
Ya nishaona Angela. Wajua wewe ni dynasty mwenzangu, nielewa hizi vitu. Bado niko mara mbili. Angela, sasa niko mara moja ya?
Uko mara moja sasa.
Okay, thank you. So I guess umeachia wapi?
Yeah, tulikuwa okay. Nani Kamodha was just responding to Ruben. So I think Ruben, are you done with your submission? Ruben.
Yes, I'm done, sir.
Okay. Sir Clinton. Namaliza kitu in 20 minutes ndio na. Member is also around, so endelea. Network ikidrop Mdeba atakusaidia na kuja in 20 minutes.
Yeah, he can proceed. You can proceed.
Okay, who was next? Nimekuja saizi. Habari zenyu? Clinton, Ruben. Who was next?
Okay, mtu next ni mimi.
Haya, ongea basi.
Sasa hii topic mmeleta leo bwana Themba, topic mzuri sana. Ndio maana net yangu inakataa. Lakini kitu naweza nikasema kwamba watu waache kutupigia kelele na campaigns kwa sababu hata hawajui kama watakuwa kwa debe. Basi waache kuspread COVID. Mtu hayuko sure kama atavibe hata na campaign. Hii confusion aina gani? So mimi naona akae chini atulie, venye vijana watapambana 2022 bila kelele, bila chuki, bila vita after elections, and then as an old man atakuwa learn a lot from 2022 race akiwa kando kidogo.
Clinton.
So that was what has Clinton done? Kuna mtu ameniita na
ngoja. Mute your mic please. Frank, mute your mic.
What's the problem?
Tafadhali kama tuongee to mute mic. Frank, nani, when you're not on the floor, just mute your mic to be fair to everyone. Thank you. Clinton, endelea.
Kuna mtu ameniita hapo bana. Aniambie hicho kitu kabla niendelee.
Okay, nani alikuwa na swali kwa Clinton? Clinton, just proceed.
Sasa mimi naona kwamba bana huyo baba aache siasa za chuki. Kama hayuko shweti atakuwa kwa debe, then akae nyumbani ya relax. But hatuwezi tukaambiwa eti sijatangaza kama nitavai, magari za campaign anapokea. Kwani anda campaign kuelekea nyumbani? Sisi kama watu ambao tunaunga ile sehemu nyingine mkono, hatujafurahia yeye kupewa magari, yeye kumeet billionaires, na hata vai anameet kwa niaba ya kina nani? So hiyo kitu imetuuma sana, in fact hatulali. Sisi pia tunajipanga na hao watu wenye hawana kitu hapa kando. Wakati mna meet billionaires, So if Temba, my point is very short. If you are not sure you will not, if you are sure you won't be in the ballot, why waste our time by running upside down up the country in the name of campaigning? Siku hizi hadi Kiswahili imekuja eti hapa ni love tu. Bana, hizo vitu hatufurahi sisi kama tangatanga. Let baba acha baba achie vijana kama kina Mudavadi, Steve na Weta wapambane na sisi, wenye wako sure watakuwa kwa debe, lakini others who are not sure, wenye wanangoja waambiwe waende wavai, mimi sijafurahia yenyewe.
Clinton.
Bwana, si uliniita ukapewa nafasi uniulize swali ukakataa. Temba, huyo bado unamkubali anivamie?
Si mimi nilikuwa nimekuja. We are on the same side. Pia mimi ni tangatanga Clinton. The thing I wanted to tell you ni ya kwamba ile kitu ambayo nataka kukwambia ni ya kwamba Baba is an old man. Huyu jamaa he's not decided. Si umeona vita ambazo ziko ndani ya ODM, they even do not have even someone to yule mtu mwenye atavai. There is Wanjege, there is Baba. They are not decided. Lakini sisi kama UDA, kama sisi kama tangatanga, yani we have one of our own. Kwa hivyo hiyo si kitu ambayo, and it has always happened. Tumekuwa tukiona ya kwamba always hiyo ni kikundi ambayo for most of the time hawakuwa wamejipanga.
Okay, thank you for your point. So Temba, nikimalizia pia watu waache chuki, kwa sababu in 2019 nakumbuka president akisema, akiaddress nation kupitia parliament, eti we are not dynasties, don't call us dynasties. The guy proceeded and called them dynasties. Have decided, let us meet our fellow dynasties, you know, the so-called billionaires, to help us get this presidency. And now the head boy of the hustlers is seriously crying. But he decided to go with the hustlers, yeah? Now let the dynasties meet themselves, because hustlers are also meeting in the hustlers mansion. So kuna kitu jamaa anafaa kulearn. Ukipewa warning ama ukitaka kuanzisha kitu, you should look at the long-term plan or the long-term effects of this thing. Dynasties walikuwa wametulia venye walitengwa. Sasa ndio wameanza kuarrange mikutano. Na yenye imetuuma zaidi sisi kama mahasla ni kwamba wametoka kwa Raila wakasema Kalonzo, Weta na Mudavadi pia watatengezewa chai waende wakunywe wa meet na hao watu. Sio, imetuongezea baridi sana. So I don't agree with the hustler versus dynasty thing. And hata mimi sikuwa nimeona mbali kwamba ingekuja ituume sasa hivi. But yenyewe imetuuma. Madynasty saizi wana meet, tunaona tu hii kitu wamechukua. But hatutaki kukubali. So it was a wrong choice of, I don't know whether to call it slogan or what, but it's going to hit us hard below the belt. And you know the feeling as a man. Nimemaliza Temba.
Asante sana Clinton, sijui kama kuna swali ama Ruben unataka kuongezea hapo?
But wewe kalendo wewe. It's not like, sioni kama uko hasra vile, ni kama tu na tu enjoy. Lakini Mungu tu anakuona, tu enjoy tu kabisa. But mimi kwangu na hiyo mikutano na hiyo magari na hiyo nini, washa tu baba apewe. Hata wakitaka kumpatia kiti anakalia mahali anaenda, hakuna shida. But ile kitu sisi kama hasra tunaomba ni akishindwa uchaguzi akubali, asijiapishe tafadhali. Na tena wasimpe hope sana ni kama ni anaenda ameshukua direct. No, apewe kila kitu. Tunajua he is an old man. Ile pesa amebakisha yeye save, atakula tu akiretire, because now mtu mwenye anaenda 85 years I think anastahili ya kuwa amesave hiyo pesa, asitumie kwa campaign. Wacha sisi hasra wenye tunaweza enda mikutano 20 kwa siku, let us just go. Naona
Ruben, baba atumiangi pesa kwa campaign. Nani alikwambia yeye hucampaign na pesa? Yeye ana campaign nyingi tu na magari. Hiyo fuel magari peke yake. Hapeanangi pesa.
Ndio nasema wacha nijibu hiyo kwanza.
Ngoja kidogo. To agree hivi mimi na wewe tunaheshimu ya kwamba una support hustler na wengine wana support their candidate. Okay? Let us talk about candidates without talking about their age. Okay? Because the constitution does not say the upper limit for anybody being a what? A president. So ongea sera za UDA. Ngoja Clinton. Ongea sera za UDA. Ongea kwa sababu the same question mtu anaweza kuambia mwambie Ruto asiwe na uhakika ya kwamba ataipata, mumwambie atengeze pia conceding speech. Yani either way, so that isiwe ya kwamba hata yeye pia ako sure. Nobody is sure. Okay? Let's agree that. So ongea sera za UDA without necessarily trashing someone else. Raila Raila doesn't need to be the president. Already ako na pesa.
Give me a chance.
Even Ruto is a billionaire. He's not a hustler. So
give me a chance.
Just go ahead and say, this is why I support Ruto. He has done A, B, C, D. He has done this and this against the other candidates. Just say that bila kutaja kubash nani ama nani. Wacha tusikie. Take your time vile Jacaranda ameongea. He has not bashed anybody.
Kwanza jamaa amenitaja Themba,
Yeah, so I think
ana doubt kanisa yangu, eti siombi sana Karen, mara niko Capitol Hill. But ni yeye amefanya nikarukaruka hivyo. Because I look at at both sides of the coin. Naona kenye jamaa amefanya vizuri, kenye jamaa amefanya mbaya. Like haungeleta history ya hustlers na dynasties. Alafu ifike 2021 December hivi, ikose kukuhit. Lazima ingehit na imehit sahi. Unaona leo tumeenda mikutano 3. Si kwa kupenda kwetu. Ni venye hiyo kitu inatuuma. Unaelewa? So the deputy president did the wrong thing to classify Kenyans kwa sababu alikuwa hajui kwamba yes, Raila may be a dynasty venye anasema, lakini ako na masapota mahasla. Na once sisi masapota wake mahasla tumesikia umemclassify kama dynasty, sasa tunamprotect kwa kumpenda zaidi ama kwa kumpigia kura zaidi. Na sisi ni mahasla. So maybe ukiona hatuna kitu, utasema hao wote ni kura zangu. I identify with hustlers. So I think we are preparing for a very rude shock come next year, August. Finally, Pemba ukisema kwamba we should describe candidates without mentioning their ages. Ama age in that matter. Pemba nikitaka kusema William Ruto, bado naona ni hajazeeka sana, kuna chance hata 2027. Hapo nitakuwa nimezungumzia age. Nikisema pia hatutaki rais amezeeka sana, bado nitasema eti Raila hafai kwa sababu ya miaka. So hapo kwa age tufungulie tu, tuite mtu mzee, tuite mtu bado kijana. Unaelewa? Hata wewe unajua yeye ni mzee. Hata wewe unajua yeye ni mzee.
Clinton, hold on the point I'm bringing, that is true kwa sababu that one you leave to wale watu ambao wanataka kutengeza propaganda, waanze kusema nini atafanya. But you and I, we are supposed to not discriminate anyone in gender, age, tribe, or anything. That's the constitution. So if you're coming to speak and make a point for your candidate, there are people who are young. Young and age does not necessarily equal integrity and wellness in leadership. So I think you are reducing your debate. If the only thing you can talk about ati sijui baba, aende atengeze sijui nini bondo, those are not things for debate in a platform like this. You're supposed to say, I support Ruto for A, B, C, D. Unaona? What can Ruto do for you as a person who is supporting him? You don't start coming here on a national platform na watu wanaangalia wengi, unaanza kusema ati huyo mzee aenda ajiprepare for retirement. I mean, that is lack of content in what you want to talk about, Ruben. And if you are the campaigner for Ruto, you are actually doing a disservice to your candidates. If you are given an opportunity like 5 minutes, talk about your candidate on the things. There are people here who are decided. There are people who are not decided. Kuna wengine wako hapo katikati wanajaribu kutengeza maoni. Can you convince those people? Don't just say us versus them. Usije hapa sasa wewe unaanza you're not making it useful to your, but if you want to continue along that line, it's up to you.
I think nani relax kiasi nimalizane na wewe alafu niache. So Themba, what sioni majina bana, zimekuwa ndogo na sinako kamiwani hapo. So Themba, kuna venye jamaa anajaribu kuongea, yes, but inaonesha some hate towards the other candidate, unaelewa? But I think we should just debate very well. Useme hata huyu Raila simtaki juu naona amekuwa akivai sana, hana maoni mapya. I support this guy because of maoni zake mapya. Kuna jamaa aliuliza eti si alitu promise laptop, mbona hatukuziona? Hakuna mtu alimjibu kwa hii show tu venye imeenda hivi 40 minutes. Aliuliza hiyo swali kwa dakika ya 20 something. But tangatanga wote wenye wako hapa hakuna mtu alijibu. The only answer to that is that Raila maybe aende Bondo ama aende prepare kwenda election. But Themba, mimi ni nusologist, naona mbali. Baba is going to lose election for the first time in 2022. And that is the time he will become the president of the Republic of Kenya. After losing that election. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jakale. Tusikue yangu siku zingine. Okay.
Ruben, go ahead.
Kuna madamu hapo aliniambia, and I wanted to answer to him. Kuna madamu hapo aliniambia ati baba hatumiagi pesa kwa campaign. I want somebody amueleze how is the cost of one day doing a single campaign without even logistic issues and so other things. It is very, very costly. It is not a must to give a handout. Hata baba, hata kama hapeani handout, there are some other issues that require money in any campaign. So never argue somewhere that Baba does not use money in any campaign. He uses money. And that is why he is interacting with the billionaires, trillionaires. Wakati sisi tunaweza tutembea na mguu tu tukipiga kampeni zetu. Sisi hatuna shida. Washa associate na anybody anataka deep state and everything. Sisi tuko tu, but we know our man is here. Who is our man? So, on issue of like themba venye unaniambia nasema mambo na age, and this is the problem the other side have been. Sisi tumekuja na our name, our narrative hustler, but the other side, instead of coming with another name to counter this hustler, they are just complaining. Oh, usitumie hustler. Oh, if themba me I come with anything like age, you can use the thing like Jakaledo amesema. Yes, Baba is old, but Ruto is young. He can even buy 2032. No. You use the opposite to counter what your opponent is using. That is the sweetness of politics, and if you want to succeed. So we as Tanga tunajua tumefinyiliwa na nini tunafinywa, lakini tuko tu, na hata tukiachiwa tu tutatembea tu hadi 2022, na tunajua sisi tutapiga kura na tutashinda. Ile kitu tu nilikuwa na muomba as panelist, let's be prepared. Kama ni Themba ama Mugambi ama ni Wekesa ataandika conceding speech, ikuwe tu hivyo, lakini sikue kama ile ya kujiapisha. Hatutaki nini, wacha apewe every machinery ili akishindwa hata lalamika ati hakuwa na machinery. Huu wakati hatutaki pay bill yenye alikuwa anabebesha Kalonzo. Unaona? In fact even if akipata running mate kutoka kutoka Mount Kenya.
Ruben, kuna swali kwako.
Yes.
Ruben, so wewe unasema unajua politics. And you want to teach your opponent what he's supposed to do. Unataka kumpatia notes how he needs to handle you. Are you sure you know politics? Politics sio kuimba, it's not church choir. Politics ni watu kukutana kwa uwanja. And everybody will use their own tactics. Okay, on saying that Hustler Nation is the best, say it. As we will say completely different things from what you are saying, and you shouldn't be uncomfortable. If you think you have the masses, mulituambia you have the masses. It's okay. Get all the hustlers on your side. But if we meet 13 billionaires, you have a problem. Yeah. Mara mnatuambia those 13 billionaires can't vote, and you still have a problem with that. So why don't you concentrate on your hustlers and ensure that you have enough of them and you have enough votes? So okay, ideally, you have a problem with the team handshake, how they are handling their campaigns, but you don't want team handshake to comment anything on the hustler narrative. The other issue is when you guys, it even beats the logic. When Ruto a billionaire and Rigathi Gachagua a billionaire and these other Mudama billionaire are accusing the billionaires who are a safari park, who are contributing or who are supporting Raila Odinga. In fact, we should be more worried of the billionaires who are in politics than the billionaires who are at the backstage. Because you are both a politician and a billionaire. So you have two things. You have power and money. But these other guys, they have, yes, money, but they don't have power. That's why they need somebody to help them, maybe to secure what they want. So if we talk about billionaire, we should begin with the billionaires who are splashing their money every day. Like you come here and you say, nikupatie million, and you feel like that is a pocket change. So that is not something even you should discuss about. And then there is an issue that Rupen keeps telling us that you should not have a problem with our wheelbarrow. You see, why are you apologetic if we came up with a party symbol? What do you understand by the term simple? Even a name, even the name Wamalo means something well. Naweza kuita mlevi because of your name Wamalo, because that's where it comes from. I should interpret it. Why were you given the name Wamalo? What was the meaning? Why was Jesus given the name Jesus the Messiah if he is not coming to rescue people? So you should not use a symbol that you struggle to defend. If you find it is sucking, drop it. Came up with a wheelbarrow. People authority. Yeah? Kuna mtu akona echo sawa. So I'm saying you would have taken time and come up with a symbol that inspires people. But if you find your symbol, you're struggling to sell it. It's just like a lady who comes from home, is wearing a miniskirt, and when he reaches on the road, he starts pulling down. You knew that that's a miniskirt. Why are you struggling to pull it? Just wear it. If you want to expose your physique, just allow people.
Huwa ukitembea zinasonga juu, lazima uteremshe. Hiyo mfano achana nayo. Peana mfano ingine, please.
Pole, I'm sorry. Apologize. So why Angela, do you struggle pulling it down when you know very well that you wore something that is brief, summarized? You should wear something
Your miniskirt ulinunua, your miniskirt nilibuy 3 years ago nikiwa nimeslim. Sasa nimeongeza weight na sijanunua ingine. Sasa lazima ipande juu na lazima niteremshe na lazima niivae.
Hapo nikikuangalia you start complaining at kwa nini unaniangalia. So why did you wear it kama utaki nikuangalia? This is what Ruto is suffering.
Wekeza tosha. Anji me protect your miniskirt. Aya, Ruben. Ngoja kidogo Ruben. Nataka ufanye hivi kwa sasa ukimaliza kwa hizi nini. Kuna watu ambao tayari wameamua wana support UDA. Kuna wale ambao tayari wameamua wana support ODM ama chama ya Raila. Sasa nataka uaddress yule mtu ambaye yuko hapa lakini ako hapo baada hajaamua ana make up his mind. Forget about addressing watu wa UDA na watu wa ODM. Can you try and convince this person ambaye ako hapa lakini hajui ni nani atafuata? Ebu talk like someone who wants to kutongoza dem. Kuna mtu hapa ambaye yani hajui, yani ako tu hapa na shangaa, kuna UDA, kuna wheelbarrow, kuna chungwa. Ebu ongea kama mtu ambaye anatongoza huyo mtu. Achukue wewe.
Okay, thank you.
Mwanaume anatongoza.
Sisi kama UDA tunapenda baba na hatumchuki, but hatutaki akuwe president at all. Tunataka tu retire. And kama if you are trying to support ODM, anything called ODM, please unaenda kuanguka na unaenda kuwa opposition for the next 5 years. Kindly join the winning team, the Canaan team, the Garden of Eden team. Huko tukishinda tutakuwa tukikula matunda ya ushindi. Economy itakuwa stabilized. Watoto watajengewa mashule mpya, classes mpya. Hii CBC itakuwa watoto wataenjoy. Hospitali zitakuwa na madawa. But sasa imagine ukirudi opposition tena. Kama umekuwa ukimfuata, amekuwa opposition so many years. Tena ukuwa opposition. Join the winning team. Vote for the young man. The man has knowledge. The man has economic ability to change this country. The Dr. William Ruto. The man who has so many ability. Mtu mwenye ata make economy kuwe the best we have ever seen independent. So kindly, if you are in ODM or akinaoka, akina sijui KANU, don't accept to be in opposition. Kwa baridi tena. Join the winning team. Tutatengeneza hii nchi kuwe sambamba kabisa.
Haya, wacha tupokee swali moja alafu tutoke kwako tuende kwa mtu mwingine. Anji, unamtaka kumuuliza Ruben swali?
Ruben, how sure are you that DP is the one who will win the election? What makes you be sure? Ni nini umeshika kwa mkono yenye inakuhakikishia kwamba he will be the next president of Kenya? And what makes you to think that Sale and Raila will not win the election?
Okay, I think ujasikia ile instruction Deba ameniambia those when wako kwa hii platform ni make sure wameruka side yangu, wenye hawaja decide ni make sure wameruka side yangu. So Angela, ukiruka side yangu ukubali kupigia Ruto kula, akina Mogambi, akina Wekesa, tuko sure tutashinda. No, hatujashida bado, but I want people like Angela, akina Ayaga to vote us, akina Olo, to vote Hustler, to vote Dr. William Ruto, and they will win. We have not yet won. but we have that confidence. It is like a belief that there is heaven and worship in this world, but we have ever gone to heaven, but we believe there is heaven. The same as we believe, but we believe we will win.
Okay. Thank you, Ruben. At least for those who have listened, umesikia huyu ni Ruben Mkikuyu karaoke. Now let's but yeah ni Ruben karaoke, but we don't hatujamweka kwa hiyo nini, kwa hiyo box. We don't judge you by your name, Ruben. So whether you are Ruben, whether you are Malwa, you have a right to hold whichever party, whichever person you want to follow. So
Clinton unasema aje?
Ngoja. Okay, let's have someone else. No, I don't know who was coming next on the list after Ruben. I can see Taliban. Is it Taliban? Okay, Taliban na yuko David Olo.
Yes, niko hapa.
David Olo amekuja wa mwisho. Huyu anaitwa Dan whatever na huyu Osoro whatever.
Nani huyo Taliban?
Sinakupata bwana.
Na si uongee bwana. Sasa wewe unanipata na unanyamaza. Ongea basi.
Ama niongee.
Taliban we toka alafu kuje kwa sababu your nini is not okay. Osoro?
Sinakupata bwana.
Yes.
Osoro
nataka kunitoa kwa chat.
Taliban toka alafu kuje kwa sababu we are giving you a time to talk. You are quiet.
Tuko upande ya UDF.
Hakuna shida.
Okay. Now who is talking? Who is supposed to be talking?
Osoro, unafaa kuongea. Taliban, can you wait? Can you get ngoja kidogo Osoro. Taliban, can you get out and then you come back? Kwa sababu tunakupatia nafasi, unanyamaza, you don't talk, and then unakuja kama tushapatia mtu mwingine.
Okay.
You can go out and then come back, Taliban. Tunajua una support UDA na mko wengi hapa, so there's no problem. Hakuna
ongea bana like.
Okay.
Ngoja kidogo Osoro. Taliban, get out and then you come back, please.
Kuongea zaidi.
Toka alafu rudi. Okay, I think ametoka. Wengine, can we mute so that Osoro aongee? Osoro, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, good evening, all of you. I'm new here. Okay, I've been seeing this conversation going on for some time, but I've never joined. And this evening, I've just watched and I've listened to a number of people, maybe giving their views concerning politics in this country. I also have my own views. Let me be very clear here that I support the candidacy of Raila Odinga, a man who has been in this country, who has been, we've seen, we've read, we've heard for a long time, standing on the right side of the political divide. We've heard of things like hustler, narrative versus dynasty. We've heard of things like bottom-up economy, and such like things, and such like narratives. It's very unfortunate that this man called Ruto, a man who has been in politics from the time I think he was 20 years or so. When he just left, he was actually pulled out of the university by the former late President Moi, and he was handed a very senior position in government of an assistant minister. This is a man at his 20s, early 20s. He was sitting side by side with Moi and those deep states at that time. This is a man who started handling, state resources at that tender age. Until today, he is still in government. In fact, this is the time he's in a very senior position, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Nobody has ever held such a position before. He's the first one to hold such a position as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And that's why he has been misbehaving around from 2013. He has been behaving like a president, and I think the President Uhuru was soft on him between 2013 and 2017, probably because he wanted a second term and he needed his support. And then in 2018, after Uhuru taking the second term, I think Uhuru became himself and he wanted to be the president. We started seeing Uhuru as the president between 2018 this side. We never saw his presidency between 2013 and 2017. Actually, we were seeing Ruto most of the time. This issue of a hustler narrative, to me, it doesn't make sense because Ruto has never supported a hustler. Ruto has been supporting those people who have money. In fact, in the year 1992, Moi gave him a very powerful position where he was influencing politics in the youth for Kano 92. This is a person who was really lashing hustlers with his powers that he was given by Moi. In fact, there are so much allegations concerning how they printed, fake currency, fake money, which affected the hustlers' economy. He never cared about hustlers at any given time. He has been when every other person was
My friend,
trying
be factual, please.
I'm trying to be very factual. This is actually in the public domain. This is in the public domain.
Yeah.
He was
allow him
actually
to
in the.
speak. You'll have your time.
So just give me time to speak. You will also speak. You'll challenge me if you want. Who doesn't know that Ruto was in the youth for Kano 92? He was there with Kina Jirongo and many others. And we know how their activities affected the economy of this country. In fact, the hustlers suffered seriously. Their businesses went down.
He was not
he never
central
listened
bank
to us.
governor. You need to know that.
Listen, Mr. Hustler.
Who is that?
So
Who is that speaking? Hold on, Osoro. Who is that talking?
I don't even know who is this talking.
Can we just allow the person to finish? We don't want to heckle. Today, we don't want to heckle. Allow the person to finish. You'll have your time to rebut whatever it is you don't agree with.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. When you speak facts, people don't like them. Now, so the issue of hustling, the hustler narrative, really, Ruto should not be the person steering such a kind of narrative. Raila has been supporting hustlers ever since, when he was actually fighting for multi-party democracy, he was actually fighting for the hustlers of this country because he wanted things to change for the benefit of the hustlers. He wanted the power to leave the central government and come down here to the grassroots where the real hustlers are. And people really have benefited over the years because of that fight, because Raila has been supporting hustlers throughout. Now, between the 1990s, Raila has been fighting. When Ruto was in government, supporting the dynasties, supporting the rich, and trying to amass wealth. But Raila was out there. He was suffering for the hustlers. He was not suffering for his own benefit. He was actually suffering for all of us hustlers.
One
Where
more
was
minute.
Ruto that time?
1 more minute.
Yeah. So now, after 2000, and now we have seen Raila supporting again hustlers. In the year 2002, we saw Ruto was supporting Uhuru, and the people, who have a lot of money. Up to recently, the other day I heard him say that Raila shouldn't have met, those billionaires, for him is meeting the people down here. I mean, these are the same people whom we met in 2013, and they fundraised him. They gave them the position they have. So didn't he know that these people were billionaires at that time? Because we had people like Jimmy Wanjigi and all these billionaires that Raila was meeting the other day. So it has not changed. So what I want to dispute here is this trickery which is being brought about by the hustler narrative versus the dynasty. So I want to end it this way. Raila Odinga is actually, up to now, he has never changed. Even now, even when he is supporting Uhuru, he is the same Raila. He still has those ideals. And that's why many of us hustlers, real hustlers, we support him willingly, freely. When I hear Raila outside here, I don't need to be given money for me to go. I will just go. But Ruto,
Osoro,
yes.
you can hold on for some questions. I know there's Ruben who has questions. Who else has questions? Okay, we have Ruben and then we have Kamotho. So you'll have Ruben giving you a question, and then Kamotho will also ask you a question. So Ruben, can you ask a question?
Okay, I have just 2 questions. One, kindly give me 5 reasons why I should vote Raila and not Ruto. 2, do you think someone who have tried to amejaribu kufanya coup d'etat, kupindua serikali, and has also committed treason is the right person to be given the sword? That's all.
Okay, I don't know if Osoro is still there. He seems to be having some challenge with his network. Kamotho, I don't know, do you want to wait for him or you want to go ahead and ask your question? Can we wait for him?
Let me just put it through.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, what I was trying to say, I was trying to, before what Osoro is trying to tell us, there is no one who is going for that seat. There is no one who would go for a presidency seat without money. So about dynasty, let's all accept that from the first, it's either you have money or not go for the seat. Raila have money, Ruto has money, Uhuru had money to campaign. And remember, I want to go. There is a lady who said that Raila does not campaign with money. I would like to tell her that there is no one who would go for the presidency seat without money. The other day we were told, the IBC was trying to show us the amount of cash that a candidate should use to campaign. So there is no one who would go for the presidency seat without money. And about that thing about dynasty, and everyone who is going for that seat is a dynasty. There is no there is no one who would come out from this background. Sisi mahasra ambao sisi tunajiita mahasra huku chini, hakuna ambaye atatoka huku aende aseme anataka presidency bila pesa.
Okay, thank you so much for that rebuttal. I mean, let's be kuna mtu haja mute. Okay, thank you. Let's be that respectful. One thing we need to appreciate is that all of us, kila mtu ako na candidate wake. I don't know if someone has not muted or something, kwa sababu nasikia sameko. You know? Okay.
Mluya Classic, can you mute your mic, please?
Yeah, if you don't mute, tunakuwa na echo na watu wasikizani. So kila mtu wako na candidate wake. Kuna Uda, kuna Raila, kuna Mudavadi, wote wako hapa. So we are here to convince, we are here to try and even who those people ambao hawaja decide. Unaona?
Themba Osoro wamerudi.
Yeah, nimemwona. So I'm just making this comment so that you can ask the question again. So let's just be respectful. Let's not heckle. I mean, uki heckle, we don't get the point. You can easily make your point without heckling someone. So just wait, amalize. If you don't agree, you'll have your time. You'll rebut and you'll ask questions at the end of their submission. So, Kamodo, can you go ahead and ask Osoro the question?
Osoro, what I'm trying to ask you is, who is going for the presidency seat without money? Sababu umesema kwamba baba, you are trying to show us that Ruto is much than a billionaire than Raila Odinga. Who would go for the presidency seat without money? Thank you.
Okay, maybe I think you didn't get me right. I didn't, at no given time did I say that Raila doesn't have money and Ruto has money. At no given time. What I was trying to say is that Ruto is not supposed to be the captain. Hello? Yeah, he's not going to captain the ship, the hustler's ship, because he's actually least qualified. Why? Because he has never stood by the hustlers, the real hustlers before. From 1990s. In fact, we have started hearing about this hustler thing from 2018, when he was somehow left out in the lineup by Uhuru Kenyatta. So we don't see him between 1990 up to the year 2018. That's a very long time. If he was really for the hustlers, we could have seen a number of things that he has done for the hustlers for all this period. And I want to quote what he usually tells us, that wajinga waliisha Kenya hii. Na kwa sababu wajinga waliisha, sidhani kama anaweza kutudanganya. Tulimekuwa tukimuona, na kama tulikuwa wadogo sana, basi tumekuwa tukisoma historia yake. Kwa hivyo tunamjua vizuri huyu mjamaa. Kwa hivyo he cannot lie to us that he's a hustler or he can support a hustler. He is just trying to pretend so that he can get power. And how he'll use this power, we don't know, but we can suspect that he is not the kind of a person. Remember the other day, teachers between 2016, that was around 2015, when teachers were striking. I heard him say, you know, what were I? You know, he has very bad language, foul language. You know, teachers are hustlers in this country, but he never even supported them. When they were asking for 50, 60, pay increase, which were given by the courts. So where was he for the teachers at that time? You know, teachers are hustlers, we know them. So this guy, Ruto, can never captain a hustler's ship until it sails, you know, safely. He will actually drown them. So we have our hustler, Raila Odinga, whom we have seen his history. He has stood with us for all that period, and he promises us, and he has, we believe he can sail us through. And then there is this aspect where I've had somebody say, of course I went off, where I had somebody.
Soro, the questions that umejibu Kamotho, so the question that you asked by Ruben, to give at least five reasons why you think people should consider Baba. I think that was your question, Ruben, right? Yeah. So give 5 reasons why you think they should consider Baba. And then the other thing that he talked about, Ruben mentioned, is the idea of the coup. So they believe on the other side is that since Raila participated in their view in the coup, do you think he's the best person to be handed over the mantle? So comment on those 2 things that Ruben said.
Thank you. Let me start with that one of the coup. I think at no given time was Raila convicted of participating in the coup. That is just politics. Raila was never participated in the coup, and he was never jailed for that. Otherwise, it was politics. Coming to reasons why we should support Raila, if you were listening to me from the beginning to the end, I think I've said a number of them, but I can repeat again. One is that Raila has been very consistent in what he stands for. From the time we started hearing him up to today, he has been changing parties, yes, but the idea has remained the same all through. That is number one. Number two, Raila has been tested and proven to be capable of leading this country. We saw what happened between 2008 and 2013 when we had a coalition government. That was the time the leadership of this country was at its best. The economy of the country improved tremendously. In fact, if you can ask anybody, including the hustlers, those hustlers that we are talking about, they were so happy.
But that time it was Kibaki's time. He was the spokesman. Kibaki is the one who controlled the economy. It was not the Raila. If you could have been, Raila was just a prime minister. If he could have been the one, he could have changed Kibera, my dear. Let's not cheat ourselves. Let's talk facts.
Finished. Have you finished? Let me say this. The reason why I'm saying this, I don't know why you attribute the success of the coalition government to Kibaki alone. That was a 50-50 arrangement between Kibaki and Raila. And if you go to your history records, you'll discover that the ministries that were performing so well were the ministries that were given to Raila Odinga. That is very clear to everybody. You can go there and find those other ministries that were touched and I don't want to go there, but generally, Kibaki Raila government performed tremendously well, and we can even talk about it today. And it can go, you can never dispute that. That is one, and I mean, that is the second reason. The third reason is that we have seen a number of reforms in this country, very good reforms, including, the freedom for us to speak the way we are speaking today. During Moi's time, when Ruto was one of the very, very influential ministers, you could not have a forum like this and you talk something against Moi or Raila. I mean Ruto. You will be in Nyayo torture chambers within a very short time. So Raila fought for these reforms that are making us now to speak, this openly like this with a lot of freedom. We can even speak our mind in whichever way. That's another. Yes.
There's a guy, I think he's a gentleman called from the chat, the Pundit Kenya. He says Raila was sulking during Kibaki's administration, just as Ruto is currently doing. Why would you attribute the success to him and not like Uhuru right now, Uhuru and Ruto? So what the person is reasoning is saying, the during Kibaki Raila era, there was not good relationship between the two of them. And right now you are attributing the successes of Kibaki era to Raila also. Could there be a problem if someone attributed Uhuru's successes right now to Ruto also, in spite of their bad relationship?
Okay, there was that bad relationship, but you see the arrangement that was there during the coalition government is not the same as the one which is today. During that time, Raila was given certain ministries, and if I can cite one of the ministries which was very key in that coalition government was the Ministry of Planning. Planning ministry. It was a very central ministry that was headed by Governor Oparanya. This is the ministry that really directed so many things that were happening during that time. And then you had other ministries like the roads ministry and many others. So you cannot just say that, for example, the building of Thika superhighway, that was, you can't say it is Raila alone. And again, you cannot say it is Kibaki alone, because Raila was in charge of that ministry, but Kibaki was also in charge of the Ministry of Finance, yeah, and he was also the head of government. So
okay,
we need to understand.
Okay, Soro. So that
yeah, let me just.
You can summarize maybe the other two, so that now we also allow others to speak. Huh? As you finalize the other two reasons, yeah.
Yeah, so the other reason, which is also very important, is that Raila is a very peaceful leader. Unlike what the media tries to portray him, he's a very peaceful person. He loves everybody. In fact, if you look at the ODM party, it's a party which is across Kenya. If you look at the way Raila chose his cabinet or his members during the coalition government, that is when we can test him, because he was the prime minister. He chose ministers from every part of this country. But look at Ruto. In 2013, when he was given a 50, they had a 50-50 arrangement with the Uhuru. You know, the 50 part of Ruto, he chose only members from his ethnic community. So many of them came from that area. For example, he never gave Nyanza any slot. He never gave Western. He gave them just maybe one, and he left out professors. He chose somebody who never even went to school. From the coast, he never given. So you can see Raila is a national leader. That is another reason. The other reason is that Raila is an internationally accepted leader. This is a leader who can go anywhere in the world and be listened to. He's accepted. He has no scandals. You know, Ruto has so many scandals, my friend. So many scandals. Some of them, are treasonable. You know, economic crimes. Of course, they have not been proven, but people talk about them. But we don't hear such things with Raila. They are not attributed to him. Yeah. Otherwise, if they were between 2013 and 2017, these two guys could have jailed him.
Sorrow, you.
Somebody was trying to say something, yeah?
No, she's shouting from the background instead of waiting for you to. Angela, it's okay to wait.
Yeah.
It's okay to wait for someone. Sorry, can you summarize?
Please, can we summarize?
Yeah, let me just now summarize.
We are also here to participate, okay?
Yeah, thank you so much. I understand that. Let me just summarize and say, Kenyans, let us be sober enough. We cannot say that we are suffering because of the Jubilee government. The economic problems we are facing now, they were cooked between 2013 and 2017. We are now experiencing the effects of the looting that happened between 2013 and 2017. So we cannot just say now that because Uhuru is now leaving, we want to bring back somebody who participated in the problems we have today. So my friends, let us be sober enough, and Raila is the right person.
Thank you, Osoro. Thank you so much, Osoro. I think, of course, others will not agree with you, which is also their right, but we are here to debate. So you can agree, you can disagree, but we disagree peacefully. That is the most important thing, and respectfully. So I want to bring in someone else. I think, is that Don somebody?
Moderator, point of correction. Giving somebody 30 minutes. This platform started at 9, and up to now we have only 3 people who have given out their opinions. So you mean other people are going to sleep without giving out our opinions?
No,
just limit the time, please, sir. Limit the time.
Please limit the time. Give
the
somebody
time.
5 minutes.
You are heckling.
Akimaliza aondoke. We are not here to listen to people. We are also here to participate.
I am memaliza kuheckle.
We are not heckling. We are saying very, very serious stuff, my friend.
You can wait for your time, and then you'll say all that you want
When
to
will
say.
I get my time? I've been waiting here for 1 hour.
You have just gotten the time, and you're wasting talking. So can you be quiet?
Give Oro the chance.
Who came first? I want to know who came first. Don, Olo, David, Olo. Who came first?
Let David Oro talk.
Is he the one who came first?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. David, go ahead.
First of all, what are you talking about? Because I don't even know. I'm just hearing Ruto, Raila. So what's the heading of this discussion?
What?
Oro, you asking for a chance and you even don't know what we are talking about.
No, I can get in through. Look, if it is talking about Ruto and
David,
Raila,
if I were you,
look, I just want to be accurate. I just want to be accurate. But if it is talking, okay.
Yeah, thanks for being patient.
Allah is right. Allah is right. I'm asking for the topic.
Angela, wait. Hey.
Temba, you know, I was the first person to enter this studio and I haven't spoke. So hawa watu wengine mimi nimenyamaza tu chini ya maji.
Lakini
nikiwapea chance mimi nimenyamaza tu. So mimi nangoja waongee wamalize and then mimi niongee.
Angela, si wewe ndio ulisema nipatie Osoro. Uliniambia nani amekuja kwanza nikapatie Osoro. Nikaenda nikauliza ni nani next. Sasa hivi wakasema David Olo. Si mimi nimesema. Mimi sipatii mtu chance. I asked from you who is coming next. Nyinyi ndio mnaniambia. Secondly, if you sit here for all that time and when you are coming to enter, the first thing is to know what topic is being talked about. And then kutoka hapo, then you come in. Hakuna haja ya kunitetesha, hakuna haja ya kunitetesha, sijakupatia time. Then nikupatia time na niuliza topic ni gani. That is not fair. Anyway, let me give you the topic.
Ungekushaniambia ningekuwa naendelea na debate.
Ngoja nikupatie topic, David. It's okay. We are talking we are talking about we are talking about Ruto and Raila. The question is, Ruto and Raila continue their countrywide tours. Who is your preferred candidate and why? So hiyo ndio topic. Uko sawa?
Na Angela pia asituulize mbona tunazungumzia nini.
Sawa. Angela pia wewe usiniulize tunazungumzia nini na umekaa hapa hii time yote.
Mngekuwa mnaandika hapa, mlikuwa mnaandikanga hapa chini. Sasa hii
wewe umekaa hapa 1 hour umesikiza watu wakiongea. Si ungeuliza hata swali. Haya twende David.
Okay. Thank you very much. So ile point nataka kuchukue kwanza before nianze ni hiyo ya kupea watu time. Because unajua ukipea mtu 5 minutes ni mingi. You can speak anything you want. Lakini if one person can speak for 40 minutes, that one is very, very, I don't know what to say, but it's okay anyway. So kitu naweza sema ni
Olo dakika moja tu. Temba naona Dandrai anasema ako backstage. Nani anaweka watu?
Mimi naweka watu na wanakuja wanajitoa. Sasa mimi nitashinda nimeweka mtu na anajitoa.
Dandrai anasema ako backstage.
Ukijitoa mimi sikurudishi, so either ukae kwa nini ama utoke tu uende. So okay, listen, I think we appreciate the need for time. Hata wale contributors mkikuja, know that you have about 2 minutes to make your point, so do not go so much. Alafu wale mnauliza maswali, unajua Osoro hajapeana for long, amepeana nini yake for about 3 minutes, alafu akaulizwa maswali. So let's just be conscious of everybody, tuko wengi, kila mtu anataka kuongea. You can allow everybody to give at least 2 minutes, then we'll still have a round for you. Alafu pia allow people to ask
I'm
you.
moderating just on time. I'm moderating on time. Temba, you are not good timekeeper. I'm moderating on time.
Wewe ngoja Ashley. Ashley, nini sasa unaongea nikiongea? So we'll allow you to talk at least 2 minutes. Kutoka hapo, you allow other people to ask you questions. Let's just be civil. Let's not shout from the background. Let's just allow people to talk. Uliza maswali. Give more time for questions, not just talk and talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I will my candidate is Raila Odinga, and I believe that he's going to be the president this time. This time there is no missing the point, because it is his time. And going by the going by the statistics, I think he's going to be president.
Statistics.
Yeah.
Statistics.
Going by the statistics, I think he will be president, because if you look very well, the Kenyan president always come from the opposition. When the president leaves, the opposition gets inside. Like Kibaki was the opposition, then he took from Moi. Uhuru was the opposition, then he took from Kibaki. Raila was in the opposition, now he's going to take from Uhuru. So I believe that this time Raila is going to the house on the hill. So there is no doubt about that. And then there are so many reasons why Ruto cannot be president. So many reasons. There is a curse of the vice president, and then Ruto has a bad name, and then Ruto is in the government. The only way he can try to make it is if he resigns and starts fighting from outside, like the way Raila did. But as long as he stays in the government, and at the same time he wants to be president, he will not escape the sins of this government. Also, Ruto has a lot of question marks on him. Like he was accused of humanity. His case is still in the Hague. He has been accused of so many corruption cases. His friends are corrupt, and even the way he speaks, he incites people. And then one major thing also is that he has disagreed with the incumbent, which will not favor him. So I think the tides are just against Ruto that he can't be president. And Raila is my candidate, and I believe that Raila this time is going to State House, and that is my submission. If there is any question, you can ask me.
Do you have any question to Danolo? David Olo, yeah, I think David. Any question?
They can't have
Yes.
Because I'm very accurate.
Okay,
Okay, Kamodo has a question, and then there's also
Even
Frank.
Victor.
Victor? Yeah, Victor. So let's have Kamodo and then Victor.
Oro, I have a very good question for you.
Then
Oro,
me.
nimesikia ukisema ya kwamba ati jina ya William Ruto ni mbaya. Ni mbaya na nini?
You don't know that? Even himself, he says that they have soiled his name. Just the other day, we heard Kimani Ngunjiri crying that Mama Ngina met with Raila so that they can soil Ruto's name. You want to say that his name is not soiled?
Oro, reason.
Yes.
Oro, we have a judiciary in Kenya, and until proven guilty by the judiciary, by the judges of the judiciary. Reason, Oro.
Yes.
Don't judge anyone. You are not a judge in Kenya. We do not know you in the judiciary, Oro. So don't tell us about the past, and don't tell us about those bad things that you are telling us about William Ruto, about the corruption cases. You are not a judge.
I am a judge. I can judge my leader. I am allowed to judge my leader as a citizen. As a citizen, There is something called the court of the public opinion. That is the court that I'm using to judge him. For the rest, I know he can't be charged because he's corrupt. He kills witnesses. He bribes judges, and then he uses his power wrongly to shield himself from being charged. Like the other day, some files just got lost from the files that were supposed to be used for Aurora and Kamwerer. So he's somebody who can't be charged like the way you are thinking.
Oro, listen. Oro, the problem with we Kenyans is that we don't believe in our judiciary. Let me tell you. You are trying to tell us that Ruto is corrupt, and you are trying to tell us how the name of Ruto is tampered with about corruption, my friend. You are judging. And
yes, it is my right to judge. I'm saying I'm using the court of public opinion. You can't stop me from using that court. You can't stop me.
Okay, David. Wait, Kamoto, hold on.
Yeah.
You have made your point. Someone is not.
I have a question, Chair.
Huyo ni nani?
Uni Dandrai mwenyewe.
Ngoja.
Dandrai, tulia, umekuja wa mwisho. Haraka ni ya nini?
Ngoja.
Angela sasa ni nini?
Okay, Kamoto, you made your point. Someone is not guilty until is proven so. David has made his point that he will use the court of public opinion. So you differ in that opinion. It's okay. Let's not go on about it. So Vic, can you ask your question?
Yes, I have a very simple question. Na ni kwa both Olo na ule mjamaa ametoka anaitwa nani Osoro. Ako anasema ati Raila is internationally accepted while Ruto is not. Anaweza mention like a few examples. Penye Ruto hajakuwa internationally accepted. Tumemwona akienda nje. Tumemwona US akihostiwa akiuliza maswali. And mambo ya corruption. Until umeprove that he's corrupt. Hata Raila amekuwa mentioned in several corruption cases mentioned. Especially zile corruption za coalition government. Kama Triton, Maize na ile pesa kwa vijana ile. Just kukuwa mentioned. Imanishi kwa nini yeye akikuwa mentioned yake isikuwe ni issue, but yeye akikuwa mentioned in this inakuwa ni the truth. Until umeprove ndio tunaweza take serious. Otherwise saizi hiyo tu ni speculations. So kama ni corruption wote.
Okay, you've asked your question. Can I answer you now?
Yeah, thank you. Answer.
Okay, kama unasema ati ni kukuwa mentioned, there is a way somebody is always mentioned in a case. Yenye hata ukikuwa mentioned hata huwezi itwa kwa koti. Lakini kuna vile how if you are mentioned in a case, you must appear even in the court and give your evidence. So Ruto has been mentioned majorly. He is in the middle of any corrupt cases in Kenya. Raila hizo cases zenye anakuwa mentioned like ile yenye alikuwa mentioned ile ambaye scandal. Ile ilifanyika kwa ofisi yake, so lazima tu angekuwa mentioned like Prime Minister's office wakirefer to place penye hiyo corruption ilikuwa imeokaa. But if you tell me somebody like Ruto mwenye hata case ya Western land case, Western Hotel ni ya nani? And then Muteshi's land ni nani aliamua? Hiyo ni uongo. Look,
so kwa nini za Raila ni uongo?
Okay, just wait for me. Why don't you just wait for me to speak to you? What I'm saying is, unaona mimi example zenye natoa za Ruto ni zile zenye ziko actually kwa court. Unajua ukisema molasses iko kwa court gani? Hizo ni propaganda. Toa vitu zingine actually yenye hata wewe mwenyewe unaweza prove. Then maybe it is you who is not saying factual things. Me, I'm serious. Me nikisema kitu hapa, I know that you will ask me. So I must have evidence and facts. So ukisema ati molasses, hizo ni vitu zenye akina Ruto wagawana ruka nazo. Just bring one case yenye Raila ameapia kwa court akakuwa mention that he corrupt case, umekuwa mention na utuambie vile iko. Just mention one yenye Raila amepeleka kwa court.
The question is, was money lost?
Ngoja.
Was money
Kamo-
lost kwa hizi scandals za
Ngoja-
Triton Maize na
Ngoja
kutoka vijana?
Victor, ngoja.
Okay.
Kamodho, kuna kitu inakuasha sana, sema.
Mimi nataka kuambia Oro kitu moja. Ruto kama kabisa ako na kesi. Hebu tuulize Oro atupatie kesi moja ambayo iko kotini ya corruption ambayo inahusisha Ruto. One case that
mention hizo mbili. I can even mention 3.
my friend, hebu nikwambie kitu moja.
Mention Muteshi's land, Muteshi's case. Yule jamaa alinyakua shamba yake ya 100 acres alikuwa IDP, na mention Weston Hotel bado iko kwa koti. Kwani hizo ni nini? Hizo si kesi.
Hebu sikiza nikwambie kitu moja. Ruto is going for the presidency akiwa ya kwamba si judiciary inajua kwamba kuna kesi ambazo they are waiting.
Unajua, you know, you are again enlarging your question to another territory. I agree he is going that is why we are here, because he's running for president. But at the same time, we all agree that he has corruption cases in the court, right? That is what you wanted me to prove.
And Raila too has corruption cases in the court.
No, Raila hana kama ipo nimekuambia umention hata moja ukashindwa.
Okay, Kamodho na David. Okay, let's agree this. An active case in court does not prevent you from vying. Ruto had active and Uhuru had active cases in ICC. They still went ahead and vied. So let's appreciate. Okay, he has given his view, and you don't agree with it. That's okay. So let's hold it at that. He has given the cases which are also in court. You don't agree with that. So let's agree that on that point we are not going to agree and move on to someone else.
Be factual.
No,
I'm factual. Kwani what are those? Or you don't know what a fact is?
Vic, it is true that Muteshi's case went to court. It is true that Weston case is in court right now. National Land Commission is seeking that. And also, it is also true that the allegation about the molasses thing, okay? So let's just...
haiko kwa koti.
Haiko kwa koti.
Yeah. Hizo ni propaganda.
Was money lost?
Hizo ni propaganda. No money was lost. No money was lost.
Money was not lost in Triton.
And number 2, wait. Vic and Kamodho and so and so. You cannot go to a court of law and use a sin of someone to justify your sin. You cannot go and say, wait, Victor. I find it a bit hollow on ourselves if we say that kama huyu ameiba hata huyu pia ameiba. You cannot use a bad thing to justify a bad thing. If it was bad that it was stolen or whatever has happened, we cannot say huyu ndio ni mchafu hata huyu pia ni mchafu. No, that one is not a good way of looking at leadership and us shaping leadership. If it is bad, you should not use it. So let me go to the next person.
As a moderator,
let's move on.
I was asked a question I needed to respond to.
Roger, let's have other people talk, and then we will have you guys second round. You will respond to what has not been responded to. Kuna watu wamengojea hapa sana. Sawa. Kamodho, is that okay?
Kama Frank hajaongea, Frank ongea.
Yeah, let's have some other people talk because we'll go back to the same people and it's not fair for others. So I think Frank has been here long. Where Danrai ngoja bana. Frank has been here long.
Nataka kujua ni namba ngapi? Nafuata nani?
Ngoja utafuata mtu. You'll come after the other person. Kuna Don. So Danrai, go ahead. I mean not Danrai, Frank. Frank uko sawa? I think Frank uko na issue. Frank. Kuna mtu Frank, can you get out and come back? Frank, just leave and come back kwa sababu there's a lot of problems on your side. Thank you, Frank. At least kuna kumetulia. Let's have Don. Don, can you talk?
Ni Dan bonde kumukulu mobema.
Oh, ni Dan, eh? Okay.
Okay. Mimi kwangu sijaamua ni nani kati ya Ruto na Raila. Lakini nikikaa chini kila mara kwa sababu tuko Kenya na hawa ni wale watu wa kawaida tu, tunawasikia wakiongea na vile tunawajua kutoka even before. Ile tunaweza sema ni hii team Hustler iko na uongo nyingi sana. Sana hii team ya Ruto. Kwanza ukitaka kuvai for presidency, nimejua wamekuja na slogans nyingi, mara Hustler Nation, mara so many things. Na easy, at the end of the day, these guys are just fighting for one thing, that is presidency. Na kila mtu ako na strategy zake. Huyu anaona youths ndio wako wengi, and youths ndio wako hustlers. Unakuja na hiyo branding that now nikisema mimi ni hustler, hao watu wataona huyu mjamaa anaitwa Ruto akikuwa hapo mbele then atakuwa na jali maslahi yangu, ambaye ni uongo. Na more so on this issue of SG bottom up what hakuna serikali penye tuko. Tukue tu tuone Kenya yenye tuko. Nani atakubali eti huyu hustler mwenye hapo chini ndiye ana hii mambo na bottom, I don't know the bottom up, vitu kama hizo. Tuongee tu kweli Kenya yenye tunaelewa, na ile ndiye tutakuwa na the same, na tuangalie maybe the development yenye tuko nayo as per now. Kuna wale wamesha make a step to some countries they develop, but sisi bado tuko developing. Tukiangalia tu vizuri tunaona like they are just creation ambao wanaleta. Then again tukiangalia even the wafuasi, unajua sasa unakaa chini unaangalia huyu mjamaa wafuasi wake ni wakina nani. Unaangalia wakina Osoro, sisemi Osoro mwenye ako hapa, lakini ukirudi tu angalia the likes of Osoro, uangalia wale anaitonga nani these other guys from the other side. Unaona tu like they lack the basics. Wanafuata tu yule kwa sababu maybe wako na agenda zao. Wanaangalia okay, if nikifuata huyu then I'll get this. But ukiangalia the formation on the other side, that is for the Raila team, at least unaona kuna some organizations. Na unaona that they are focused with the, na ukiangalia they are truly for Kenyans. Na tukiangalia hiyo, that is the one of the most important thing. But Kenyans vile tuko tunaangalia, this is not the first election tumekuwa nayo. Tumekuwa na election let's say from 2007 na tunajua tu the history vizuri. Let us tusiangalie like easy migration that maybe the hustler nation, hizo tu ni uongo tupu. Let us focus on this, then tuangalie who is best for the country. Sijamua, lakini Ruto hiyo team hapana, hiyo nayo siwezi. Hata kama nimeambiwa leo tuende to vote, hapana, hiyo siwezi, na I can't convince someone aende vote for the other side. But for hii team ya Raila na the other guys, at least unaona, at least vile wako unaona kuna mpangilio na they have that heart for Kenya. So as we are maybe convincing other people, because as we are convincing other people to make a decision on whom to vote for, let us also put that in consideration. Tusidanganywe kwa sababu at the end of the day leo utasupport huyu, but kesho kama saa hizi bei ya mafuta zimepanda, hata wewe kwa nyumba yako inakuwa affect. Na tusialao hii mambo na the bottom up what hizo they are just creation. Ruto amekuwa serikali that is from 2013 to date. ni nini ya kufanya yenye saizi ndio anatuambia anaweza fanya better. Hakituambia till okay, hii the 2017 to date imekuwa na shida. Mtu anaongea eti imekuwa na shida 2013 to nini alikuwa, na ukiangalia 2013 to 2017 hiyo ndio Jubilee ili perform worst than even hii 2017 2022. So hakuna, there is no new thing. Hizi tu wanasema after election things will change. So as we are making that, also let us consider on that. Nimemaliza, labda kama kuna swali.
Iko swali.
Okay, go ahead Victor.
Unajua Dan anajiconfuse sana.
Dan, can you mute?
Dan anajiconfuse in that amekuja kutuambia ati yeye support anyone. Alafu comments anatoa, they have all the hallmarks that support Raila. Na atupe reason. Umekuja tu kubash, unatuambia disadvantage narrative za UDA. Why don't you come up with your narrative yenye ita counter this one? So wewe tunajua uko wapi. Ambia your team should come up with a narrative that counters UDA's narrative. Sasa tukusema ati yaki makes sense. Go to ina make sense. Thank you.
David Olo, you have a comment?
Yes, just a small one. I just want to answer this guy who's asking this question. There is nothing wrong with Dan because he's just sympathetic to Baba's team, and that is okay. Some voters are like that, you see. So you can't blame him for that. That's my submission.
Thank you. Dan, you want to talk?
Okay, Dan akimalizia labda baby to answer Vic. Umejua kuna ile tunasemanga you be true to yourself. Kuna ile tu naona tu umejua we are human beings, na human beings tuko na brain, we can think na tuna aspire ahead what is next. Na si eti you know, you plan for your future, na your future ina include even wife yako, watoto wako, na all those things. And what we want is to move ahead, and moving ahead we must first have the good leadership, and the leadership of Ruto I don't really trust in it. Then when we talk of Raila, this guy we just Osoro ali mention some of the few
Osoro alidanganya hata usi mention jina yake. Sema yako.
Okay, tukiangalia the one who has fought for this our beloved country, and that's why hata leo sisemi alifight peke yake.
There were many.
Good. But again ukiangalia who was in the forefront, umeja even if you are three now, all of you are working towards one thing na umeachieve, at the end of the day mtasema we made it.
He's the son of the former vice president. Don't forget that.
The son of the former vice president.
Yeah. There is no equal to those other fighters.
You are saying?
Hey, Vic, Danebu mute. Vic Amanda. I think Amanda, and because
I think
Amanda, let's allow also now tuache hiyo, we'll have another round. Wacha tuache hiyo hapo done for now. We'll come back again to you. So let's have Dan Rai. We karibu nani, karibu Ndeto, lakini hold on. Let's have Dan Rai giving his presentation submission. Then we'll come to you.
Chair, I hope mnanisikia poa. Na Franka amefungua mic yake. Okay, I just have maybe 4 points to address. Ya kwanza, topic ni mzuri sana. Na tunaona hawa watu wanaenda round. Hii si kwenda round, ni kutafuta kura. Saizi ndio unasikia kila mtu anauza ng'ombe yake. Ina depend na color ya ng'ombe yako. Kama hii ya UDA naona kama ni black. Unajua ng'ombe black kuuza kwa soko inakuwa ngumu sana. Sasa unaona kama wanatukujia mara na wilbaro. Oh, wilbaro haiuzi. Mara wanatukujia sijui sisi ni hustler. Sasa mimi najiuliza jamani. Mimi ni supporter wa Raila Odinga. Na ni mzuri pia ukiangalia competitor wake anafanya nini, ni kusaidiana. Unajua hii siasa ni kusukumana. Na I think nishawahi sema hapa tukiwa ile wakati tukianza kidogo. Hii kitu tunauza hii wilbaro haitasonga mbele. Siku hizi hata sisikii wakiongelea historia ya wilbaro. Nasikianga tu sisi ni hustler. Na watu wanakuambia ni hustler, ni billionaire. Niambie saa hii William Ruto na hizi pesa zote anapatiana si billionaire? Ukiangalia ule Kihika ni billionaire. Gachagua ni billionaire. Ukiangalia hao watu wanatembea nao wote. Wengine ni wakora tunajua. And there are some points that nilikuwa nasikia David akiaddress hapa, very important points. Ati mwizi, my friend, mwizi hata uibe kalamu nimeshikwa mara moja, wewe ni mwizi. Mwizi ainaga ile profession ya kusema umeiba ya kwanza, ya pili na ya tatu. Siku ya kwanza tu umeiba, wewe ni mwizi. Na huyu jamaa anazunguka na huyu jamaa anaitwa William. Najua sometimes nikisema hii nakoseanga watu wengi. Kuna sera zingine mtu akituzia tunaona tu pale tunaenda ni pabaya. Tukianza 2013. Hii 2013 tukaambiwa my friends sasa hivi tunatoka kwa hii kwa old tulikuwa tunaidanga zile old magazines. Tuanze kuandika kwa digital magazine. Tukaambiwa tunaenda digital sasa hivi tutakuwa sawa laptops. Ikafika 2017 tukaambiwa kila ward itakuwa na wifi, sasa watu wasome online na watu wafanye biashara online. Jameni ni change lini? Sasa watu watoke kusoma digital irudi kusukuma wilbaro kwa barabara. Tukiuliza hiyo tumekosa jameni. Na naona kama Vic ametoka. Tukisema hiyo ati ni propaganda. Tukaambiwa stadium zitajengwa. Na huyo jamaa alikuwa anasema hadi president alikuwa anashangaa kwani huyo jamaa anajua hizi shamba zinatoka wapi? Ilitoka lini watu waache kujenga stadium? Waanze kukuja hapa kutuambia tushikane tuanze na mkokoteni na tuondeshe pikipiki. Nauliza hii pikipiki hii bodaboda ama hii mkokoteni na wilbaro wakipatia kila mtu, barabara itakuwa jambo gani? Hiyo ni progress ama ni kurudi chini? Wacha niendelee kwa huyu jamaa wangu anaitwa Raila Odinga, the 5th president, rais mtarajiwa. Mpende msipende. Ukiona kama imefika pahali sasa wale wadozi wameanza kuitana wanatupangia sisi, ni mzuri kushinda ule mdozi anajipangia na jina yenu. The 5th ametuambia vizuri. Sasa hizi ni kuangalia vijana. Vijana wana kazi. Na hata sioni kama mzazi ama kama babako ni mzazi, ni mzee. Ukisikia unamwambia kila siku una kazi, hujawahi andiko kazi. Lazima ataanza kupigia marafiki zake simu. Tutafutie kwa kijana yangu kazi, tutafutie kijana yangu. Hiyo ndio tulienda kufanya na kina Munga my friend. Na wale walikuwa na kazi. Hiyo ndio kitu tulikuwa tunafanya. Kushinda nyinyi hamuna kazi nyinyi wote and you are consulting each other. Ni kama all of you are fools and you are copying each other. Na hiyo ndio sasa tutaki. Tunaambiwa naona hata Penina kwa hapa. Hiyo ndio baba anatuambia wanawake wainuliwe. Umejua Penina akitoka kuongea hapa kesho utasikia nataka MCA hii kitu tunataka na tunataka kusonga mbele. Hiyo ndio tunataka. Kushinda kumwambia mtu wewe sasa tutakupatia tu pesa uanze kununua mboga ndio ujaze. Mboga utauza miaka zako zote jamani. I don't want to take a lot of time. But mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema hii. Hii kitu tunasema hapa ni siasa. Na tunajua wengine wale wanasemaga wanajua wale watakuwa president. Lakini hata sisi tunajua kwa wale watakuwa president 2022 na 2027. Hiyo nyingine tuachie Mungu. Sisi we are very sure we are behind Raila Odinga. Na tunasema sisi wote tukuje pamoja, inawezekana. Hatutaki tu ati bora kazi. Tunataka kazi bora. Hatutaki waste 4 years in university, 4 years in secondary and 4 years in primary. Then ukuje ambiwa hata na wilbaro na yeye mtoto wake akambassador. Mtoto mwingine sijui anafanya kazi gani. Wewe unaambiwa sukuma wilbaro. Hii kitu ni kitu tunaangalia na ina different way. Tusiangalie tu kwa sababu unasikia watu jina zao like jina zikianza na mara tunatetea Raila. Hapana. Hata Dana amesema vizuri. Ameangalia hizi vitu akacompare. Although hajaamua lakini Dana anakuambia songa karibu na hii Jerusalem my friend. Hii tunasonga hapa kwa Raila. wacha nimalize. Unajua sisi tunamalizana hii kitu namna hii. Raila is not just a guy. He's an adult. Na ni mzee. He's an old man. Kitu tunaona vile tumekaa sasa hizi kila mtu kwa nyumba yake. Imagine tunaweza amuka na tusimame juu ya the tallest building ile iko Westlands, GT what. Na Raila kikaa tu chini ataona hiyo kitu. Sisi wote hii safari tuende pamoja. Hii safari tupande email tufike na baba. Hiyo ndio naomba. Na sisi tuendelea kuomba namna hii kwa hizi platform zote kama hizi. Na ingine wale wanatoka Lagos Central wote, nyinyi pia mkae nyuma yangu jamani. Asante sana. Bado niko kwa show.
Haya, sawa. Kuna maswali, labda swali moja kwa sababu tunataka tulete pia wengine waongee. Kuna swali. Ndeto. Una swali ya?
Yes, thank you so much, Themba. And the show is steaming hot. Guys are really opposing my candidate. I would like to ask the guy who has just spoken. You know, he sounds so ignorant on the issue of who is a hustler. I would like to hear from him what he understands by the name or the word hustler.
Dan Rai, uko hapo?
Should I respond?
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
To me, an hustler, according to dictionary, I think ni ile kitu ingine mbaya that hatuwezi sema namna hii. Second, hii hustler tunaambiwa, according to my understanding, is being ignorant to give direct or to sort out or give direct solution to Kenyans by hiding behind them according to their status. Unaangalia status zao, una hide the way with sisi ni hustler kama nyinyi. Hence, you know very well you are not a hustler. So according to me, it's just to lure people. Hiyo ni yangu. I don't know vile unaelewa, but ukienda kwa dictionary pay is a different thing. It's about prostitute and everything. So I don't know Nderetu sijui hii hustler yako inamaanisha nini. Maybe you are going to explain to us after that.
Okay, should I count Themba?
No, it's okay. You love your time. I think Frank came before you, so let's have Frank, and then you will come in. You'll comment on that when your time comes. Frank, are you ready? Are you able to talk right now? Frank, your audio is not. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of interference. You may need to drop off. Okay, thank you. So there's also, I think, Nick. Nick came in before Ndeto, and then Ndeto will come in, and then Penny. Nick, are you there? Okay, Nick is also not there. So Ndeto, go ahead. You can comment also on the other issue of the hustlers, and then you continue make your submission.
Okay, thank you so much, Themba, our moderator. Today's topic seems to be very nice, and let me, to those who do not know, I have not changed. I support UDA, and our CEO, who will be the next president, the 50th president of Kenya, is one William Samoei Ruto, for the following reasons. One, Ruto, we know of his achievement or records. I will begin with when he was an MP in Eldoret North constituency. If you follow up what he did, for sure, the residents there, they can tell you that he used to be a very good legislator. The other one is when he was the minister. Actually, by then, it was the best ministry when he was a minister of agriculture. As well,
Ruto has served as a Minister of Higher Education, where he contributed so much. Actually, you know, there used to be backlog, or when you like finished Form 4, you could wait for a very long time before joining university, just because the institutions were so less. You know what happened? This guy introduced, maybe he liaised with the government by then, which was led by President Kibaki. And in a way, they were able to increase the number of institutions, thus reducing the duration that these Form 4 leavers could take to join university. As well, it is during then, also he expounded on the aspect of TVET. And those who do not know about TVET, this is where you gain, it's an informal kind of training where young people are equipped with hands-on skills so that they can be able to get something on their own. As well, Ruto as a deputy president, actually, this guy, if you remember, since like in their first tenure, the guy was in the front line, always opening for projects, always doing a lot. And there are vocabularies you can never fail to hear from Deputy Ruto, like electrification, things to do with water, things to do with roads, also a lot of job creations for young people. As well, when I touch about his traits, one, he is one person who is firm and straightforward. If he does not support something, Ruto will tell you early in the day. As well, this man is so aggressive. You know, an aggressive person? This is a person who do not lose it easily. Actually, since 2018, when his office was in a way was demoted, you have seen this guy has remained loyal, and he has not even reduced his energy. He is still there, and he believes that he will make it, because it is not a number of people who will join and form a president. The president will be formed by God. The president will be formed by people. The president will not be formed by systems or a group of Mount Kenya billionaires who come together to say who will be the president. That is not how to form a president. The president will be formed by the people and God. As well, he is brilliant. Ruto, actually, among the presidential candidates, he is the most learned. He is a doctor. I would not like even to check on the scorecard among the others, because I think the person who is closely coming to him is Musalia. The rest are just, but they are so much behind. As well, this guy is a generous person. And we have seen this person, his attributes. You see what he is doing to Mama Bogas. You see what he is doing to Boda Boda guys. You know what he is doing to these groups or individuals. Also, you saw what happened, especially there is a story, like I think it's last Sunday but one, when Ruto was in Kiambu. Just a small kid presents something, then he get interested to learn about this kid. And he noted that the mother was so sick. Then in a way, he asked even his team to follow up on the case. And he even built a house for them. He even take 100 bags of maize to that home where that child was hosted, children home. So what is more than that? I mean, that is the kind of a person whom we need as a president. As well, this guy is loyal. I've not seen him calling his boss names. Even if a lot of things, yes.
We are making our submission within about 2 minutes, and then you allow questions so that you also have your time to comment on those as you follow up. So you may want to summarize on that.
Yes, let me summarize. So I was on the point of being loyal, and we have not heard Ruto calling his boss names. He make various general statements, and he still respects the president. Finally, this guy's story is so inspiring. And that's where I would like to educate this guy who is saying that a hustler is a prostitute. You know, a hustler, this is a person who is struggling to bring food on the table. This is a person of low class. What the narrative pertains is this, that Ruto identified himself with hustlers because he was once a young man who did not have shoes. He was once a young man who was grazing in the fields. He was once a young man who was selling chicken. So he has a story to identify himself with the majority of the people who are in Kenya, the heavy bottom, who are the poor people. And these are the people he is strategizing how to uplift them. He has of late been supporting people to gain leadership positions, but this time round, he is saying that the very same support, he will give it to the people low, from the lower level of the economy, so that he can lift them up, leave alone those people who are going to join at Safari Park to say, or maybe to just come out with a name of maybe they are going to support which candidate. Let the billionaire keep on supporting their candidate. We, the Wajiko, know whom we will vote for. Thank you so much, Themba.
Okay, so we'll have questions. I can see David Olo has a question.
I have a question.
David Olo has a question. Dan Rai has a question. So let's start with David Olo, and then Dan Rai will ask a question.
Me
and
also,
then,
please.
And then Wekesa also has a question. Osoro has a question. So let's start with David Olo.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ndeto. Good night or good evening.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. I just want to start by asking you to clarify some things here that I've heard you say. First of all, I want to say that you are lying. Some of your points are lies. The reason why I'm saying this is I want to start by one. Did TVETs come after the new constitution, or these TVETs came during the coalition government? I can't remember, but I think it came with the new constitution. And you've just given us what Ruto did in the coalition government, not what he did. You started by saying that Ruto brought those TVETs when he was in the coalition government as a minister of education. Another thing that I want to tell you, you are saying that Ruto was a good minister. If Ruto was a good minister, then what can we say of Matiang'i? What can we say of Magoha? They have actually performed way better than the way Ruto performed during his days as a minister. So that one is X. That one we rule out. Whatever he did is not enough for him to claim that he wants to be the president. Another thing, what has Ruto done? What is the major thing that Ruto can be remembered with? Because all those things you are speaking are just things that you have just picked from some areas that no one even can remember Ruto doing those things. Raila, we can specify the things that he did, that he actually have his name tagged on those issues. Even the international community knows that. So I want you to clarify on that. Another thing I want you to say about this, if you check today's newspaper, there was a picture of a woman and a kid who were very angry. I think they were from Rift Valley. So I'm surprised you are saying that Ruto is very generous, yet he never gives back home. And yet we always say that charity begins at home. How comes can people be dying of hunger in Rift Valley, yet he's taking 100,000 bags, I don't know, 100 bags to Kiambu? Is that reasonable? As we know, Kiambu is not an area that lacks food, as we know. Another thing that I want
keep your question short. Is it a question or a comment?
That's it. If you can clarify those, I'll be very okay.
Okay, Ndeto, haraka,
okay,
so that you get other questions here.
Okay, thank you. Number one, he is saying that TVET came way before Ruto. It is true. If you have listened well, I've said Ruto rejuvenated TVET as well. He did some crackdown of fake colleges. You remember a college like Nairobi Aviation, where people used to pay a lot of money only to go for 3 years or 4 years, then you are told it is not accredited. Those are the achievements I'm talking about. Before Ruto
just one more
joined the
point.
ministry.
Just one more point. Just one
Can
more
you
point.
listen?
I don't.
Listen.
Okay, just 30 seconds.
Listen,
Then you
Olo.
continue.
Listen, don't confuse me. Listen, you have asked the questions. Let me answer you, then you will come or add something. So on TVET, it does not mean it was not there. It used to exist, but the kind of energy it was given was poor. So when this man came in the ministry, he was able to expand the institutions, also to add more trainers, and also even to add more opportunities in the government so that these people could get money. Something like Women and Youth Fund, that's where it emanated, so that those people with the skills, at least they can get some small loans from the government and start up their small businesses. You have also asked about Matiang'i is known to be an achiever. Can we compare Ruto with him? I am not here to compare Ruto with anyone. If he achieved something, by then it was a success. Today, when Ruto was the minister, there were unique challenges. There were unique environment. Today, we also have a very different environment from then. So these are two different things. If he achieved, like I have stated, those are his achievements. Then number 3, you have said, you have given an example of a woman who was in the today's paper with a child who come from Rift Valley. Let me tell you, Olo, even during Jesus' ministry, Jesus did not just heal, Jesus did not come in and transform lives. He used it used to come from the person who is having the problem. So if Ruto do not know that someone is suffering somewhere, how do you expect this woman to be traced? But now
Then how will he be able to know? How will he be able to know our problems as a president?
You have seen
if he can't
this
know
guy,
what is happening in his backyard.
Listen, you have seen this guy hosting a lot of many local leaders because he would like to understand the nature of the community, where these
He's
people come
hosting
from.
those who have votes. He's hosting those who have votes, those who will vote for him.
Would you
he never helped anybody
answer
who doesn't
yourself
have
or
vote.
are you answering yourself or should you
Okay.
listen? Stop
Please allow
heckling.
us also to ask.
Okay, Neto.
I have a question. Yeah.
Let's have a question from
I just
Dan
want to
Rai.
tell you something.
It's okay, David Olo.
One last thing.
It's
Okay,
okay,
one
David
last
Olo.
thing. Then I.
No. It's okay. Let's
I have
allow
a question.
Dan
This
Rai to
one is
have a question.
crucial.
Ndetu does not have a fact because telling us here that Ruto is I don't know how you express Ruto like someone who work hard and everything in ministry. Because if everybody knows very well, Ruto performed those measures that they are trying to mention that Ruto performed during coalition government. And my question is very simple. If Ruto can perform during coalition government, now Ruto is a sitting deputy, not vice, deputy president. We were expecting for him to perform more than those ministries that he held before. Nothing.
Who assigns the duties to the vice president?
Second, I want to tell this guy. Ruto was a MP of Eldoret North. Nowadays we call it Turbo constituency. And Turbo constituency, mtu ana hold office now is called Janet, independent candidate. Why? Because this guy is tribalism. He holds something that kama wewe si Mnandi, you can't hold any position in Rift Valley. Janet aliperform na hiyo alipita na hiyo independent. Second, do you know Ruto amekuwa 15 years, I don't know 20 years MP of Eldoret North, and we still have slums like Mailune. Karbo, which was Eldoret North. I go to a certain school, the certain school that I visited in Tarbo called Kapia Mates via Kapia something like that. That school, Baden in Changa decided to Nongia. And this guy was a minister and was an MP for more than 15 years. So telling us about Ruto here, oh, Mara Ruto that. It's like you are trying to, I don't know what you are trying to express here, my friend.
What about Kibera?
Okay.
What we see. Because if we start going to facts, then you get yourself into that you know nothing about Ruto. You're just following Ruto because you're coming from Central and all people from Central are supporting UDA. Can you support or can you follow someone with facts?
Okay.
Moderator,
can I answer?
Ndeto, just one thing about Ruto's doctorate. I think it is. So there were some rumors that he bought it. He actually didn't go to the university and finish the whole thing. Yes, because if we check very well, he didn't have time to do and finish it. And even Tuju tried to raise that question when he was addressing press just the other day. So Ruto can't be trusted. He bought his doctorate. So when you are saying that he's learned more than other people, I just wonder, because he doesn't show his education in the things that he do. He's not even wise the way he addresses people. So I'm wondering how you reached that point.
Okay, let me answer the two
Can I
questions
also-
that were raised by.
Can I ask so that you can answer all of them?
Okay.
To save on time.
Okay, let's Ndeto, you want to write and then you put them together. The ones that are together, you answer them together. Okay.
It's okay.
So let's have Wekesa and then Osoro.
Yeah, guys. I just want to urge the panelists that you may have burning points, but it's good to be patient and also organized, because this is a debate. You know, there are people who are interrupting every 5 minutes. Not that all of us don't have burning issues, but it's just that we all can exercise restraint for the flow of debate. So let me ask my question to Ndeto. First, he said Ruto is loyal. I want to ask Ndeto, maybe you have a daughter or a son or even a wife. If you tell your daughter, go and bring me something in the shop, and the daughter goes and does her own things, even spends the money. When she comes and you ask her, I ask you to go and bring me something from the shop. He said, but I was busy. You see, you are talking about loyalty, but from even the word Tanga came from defiance, where the president said that let's not politic, let's focus on the development agenda. And the guy considered his agenda was more important than what the boss is saying. So is that what you call loyal? If your daughter is listening to you and you define for her or him that is loyalty, then I'm sure even tomorrow you will beat her up, because she will do whatever she wants to do and you still call that loyalty. So you need to refresh that. And then most learned. I think that's why we are having a CBC conversation, because this idea of people having having paper tigers in our country, papers that do not add value. I remember the first time he was coming out of campus, having graduated and written a thesis, he could speak like a scholar and telling how the university should not allow the graduates to roast maize. But just a few down the line, he forgot the thesis he has written. And then he starts speaking about wheelbarrows and mamambokas and everything. Now, all the brain that he had when he was leaving university is no longer there. He speaks like a street guy who has never gone to school. So can you tell us about the most learned and the application part of it? The hustler thing. I have spoken more than 10 times on this channel that the word hustle is just a tag, but when you look at the first, when we began the 1963, there were 4 things that were running: ufisadi, umaskini, ugonjwa, na ujinga. Umaskini was first agenda in the new government of Kenya. So when we talk about umaskini, has run through all the governments. Mtu akikuja na hustle attack, there's nothing new he's telling us. Those are just semantics. So tell us what is new about hustle attack. And then I want just to ask the last question, and then you can respond. About the people coming to from the village to listen to the hustler. First of all, it destroys the idea of bottom up. Bottom up is not people coming from the village to your mansion to listen to you in a plenary session lecturing them.
True.
Bottom up is where you go to the people and allow them to give you their issues. In fact, I normally say that the only model that I used a bottom up is the BBI, where they went to mashinani, had the barasas, and listened to the people, and then consolidated the information. But when you call people to Nairobi and have a plenary session, you are contradicting what you're saying. So, and it's not a new thing. He learned from Moi. The delegations used to go to State House, and they were walikuwa wanasema Moi was very generous. Kienda huko huwezi toka mkono mtupu. So tell us, how new are these things that you are telling us hustle is bringing? Maybe anabadilisha mjadala. Thank you.
Okay.
So
Can I now talk?
Leto, Osoro, can you ask your question? Leto, weka yote pamoja. I want you to respond once and then we move to someone else.
Yeah, let me just say soberly that Leto has really presented well, but I could actually get very few truths from it. Most of it were just, I think, distorted truths. One, let me say that if we talk about Ruto having performed when he was in various ministries during the coalition government, I think we will be lying, because at one point, Ruto was actually sacked for having involved himself in a corruption scandal. That is one. Number two, he has talked about Ruto having roasted maize, having reared chicken, and all sorts of such small jobs. I think that is just a narrative, because whereas we have seen him, we can have photos, you can have videos where Ruto was involved in during 1992 Youth for KANU 92 issues. We have never seen his photo where we see him roasting maize. We have not seen him where he was selling chicken, where he was doing such jobs. If you can also give us those photos as evidence, then otherwise it remains as just a narrative which is supposed to hoodwink a few. And then the other thing is where we are saying that Ruto he performed, he brought changes, reforms in the Ministry of Higher Education. I think that is not true, because Ruto, when he was in that ministry, no much changes came about. When changes came to that ministry is when Sally Kosgei took over that docket. So during the Ruto's time, there is nothing new that happened at that time. And if there was any achievement that happened, it's because of the planning that happened from the planning ministry, the way the government of that time was planned. Actually, all the ministries were supposed to execute plans as like now Vision 2030. So when we talk about TVETs they were in the Vision 2030. So Ruto was supposed to implement what is in the Vision 2030. And we can see even in 2013 up to now, the Vision 2030 actually was even abandoned by Ruto and his government. So I think you can update yourself on that.
Thank you, Soro. Now, Ndeto, can you summarize all that in 1 minute, 2 minutes?
Okay, thank you, Demba. I will begin with, there is a very first guy who asked some questions before Ekesa. And he was touching on Ruto's performance as a deputy president as compared to when he was a minister. And one thing I will tell him about this point is a deputy president is a principal assistant, and mostly he relies upon what the president will assign him. So in this case, if there was a problem between the president and the deputy president, and the president decided not to assign tasks to the deputy president, then I don't think it is a problem of the deputy president. As well, he said Ruto is a tribal leader. He gave an example of Eldoret North. What is happening there? That Ruto has been fighting against those people who are vying there. Let me tell you, I do not see a tribal leader who is moving from Mount Kenya, who is in Nakuru today, who is in Bungoma who was in Bungoma yesterday, who was in Coast the other day, sometimes also in Northeastern. Actually, the slogan of UDA is to unite all. So I don't see the sense of the tribalism. Also, he gave an example of till today we still have slums in Eldoret North.
Ndeto ngoja. Why are you hapo umedanganya? Slogan ya UDA ni kazi ni kazi. Why are you now using uniting all? When did that change?
You know, it's not a lie.
Remain with your slogan is UDA, kazi ni kazi. Don't run away from it. Be ready to defend your belief.
It's okay.
Continue.
The reason why I've said that Themba is, like yesterday we saw Kionjore and Kuria. You know, these people have been saying they cannot weld their party to UDA. Then they were expecting Ruto to give in and follow them. Actually, some are even regretting why they were doing that, to mobilize the Kikuyu to go against Ruto. So that's why I'm saying this guy is not after tribal stars. Finally, there is also a question he raised about the slums in Eldoret. I would like, because this guy, since he was an MP, there are still slums there. What is in Kibra? We know who used to be an MP in Kibra. Still today, we have slums. What I would like to tell this guy is, slums does not come as a result of a certain person. You know, some people keep immigrating, maybe due to some circumstances on the ground. So, and the reason why they come there is because they do not have somewhere to live, which has better standards. So, if they keep getting there, meaning there are no employment, meaning the cost of living may be high. So, in a way, we cannot evade to have such kind of populations. So, it is not a problem of who was the leader there. It's a problem of the planning of the whole government. Then I get to Wekesa's questions. One, he gave an example of a daughter. That you said a daughter to the shop, you explained to her or him very well. Then finally you realize the daughter went and did her things. Then as a parent, you may end up even fighting the child. What I will tell you is, she has learned that from you, from the parent. So if she is not behaving, it is you who have contributed a great portion on that. So you should not complain. You should discipline your daughter. So in this case, if the analogy was the daughter analogy, if the daughter was the deputy president, I think the president has done enough this far, even refuting that he once promised that he will support Ruto yake 10. I think that's a punishment. So then also he talked about what did I
No,
mean
Neto,
by
let me ask you.
Ruto being
Neto, the
yes.
idea was about loyalty. So how does so have you brought up the issue that Uhuru was disloyal, so Ruto should be disloyal? Or now are you nullifying your statement by saying because you told us that Ruto is loyal?
Wekesa,
No.
your example is not relevant.
No, wait. You know that Neto has already said so many things that have absorbed even Raila. So moving forward, we are not going to be talking about Kibra slums anymore, according to Neto, because slums should not be attached to anybody. Neto, can you finalize so that we move to someone else? It's okay. Just in 30 seconds, please finalize.
Okay, so I did not mean that because maybe they are not together with the president, that maybe he is learning something from him. No, I meant that president is the one who should assign the deputy his roles. So, and if he is not assigning, then don't say that Ruto is doing a lot of nothing. Also, the reason why I said Wekesa was trying to nullify the bid on Ruto is the most learned about among the candidates. And he gave an example that out of university with a PhD, the only example he can use is wheelbarrows and the kuchoma mahindi, boda boda. Let me tell you, majority of the people in Kenya are not that learned. They did not have a privilege to get to universities. Some even maybe finished at Form 2 or they dropped out even from high school. So Ruto has to use a language they understand.
Neto, give us a break. Neto, give us a break. Microsoft dropped out of school and created employment for the whole world. So don't tell us somebody's most learned and giving us wheelbarrows.
What I mean, Wekesa, is this, that majority population in the country, they are not that learned. Meaning, if you go with their kizungu mingi and with your very complex models of economy and such, they will not understand. They want a person who appreciates what they are doing. They are wheelbarrows. Get to understand how many people are using wheelbarrows every day. Hawa vijana wa mjengo, get to learn even how many people are selling boga every day. How mama boga? Let them understand how they will benefit with money from the government directly. And that's why the bottom-up economy is coming on board.
Okay.
That
Okay.
the money will be injected to their small businesses.
Thank you.
Finally,
Thank you, Neto. Thank you, Neto. Just hold on, Neto.
Okay.
Put your notes all together. I know you are still here. You are going to find time to still go back to the ones that you have already said. Let's try and engage also others so that we have everybody involved. Penny, are you there?
But Ndeto, you've lied. You've told us so many lies.
It's
I can't
okay.
believe it.
It's okay, David. You are here. Neto is here. You are going to have time to shoot those questions. Penny, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead, Penny.
Let me just pay Ndeto for some other time.
Yeah. You'll give him his you can make you can just make a comment on what he has said and then you move on to your submission. He'll have time to respond to it. He'll write them down. Yeah,
that's fine. Okay, my preferred candidate is Baba, and he's my preferred candidate for the following reasons. He's actually I like Baba because there are so many achievements that you can look up to him that he has done. There is so much that he has done for this nation in terms of devolution. He's actually the father of devolution and multipartyism that you are currently enjoying. The fact that you can belong to as many parties as possible is because of the struggle that Baba, alongside other statesmen, fought. People like Martin Shikuku and the rest, they fought for multipartyism. So
when you look at his track record, what he stands for, ranging even from the 2010 constitution, which currently is being enjoyed by our deputy president. He really opposed it, but Baba was for it. So when you're fronting someone who has had numerous achievements, you are at least assured that the same way they have fought for the things that are benefiting us, that have taken the political history of this country to another level, you can actually see that there's light at the end of the tunnel than when you trust somebody who makes so many promises, and then when the time of reckoning reaches, they do not take responsibility. I believe that as a responsible leader, when you make so many promises that you have not been able to meet, you should be courageous enough to face people and apologize to them for not accomplishing the promises, and take responsibility rather than giving excuses for not fulfilling. I have never had Baba promise things that he has not delivered. He has always worked hard to deliver whatever he has promised. Right now, we are still waiting for the stadiums, you're still waiting for the laptops and the jobs and stuff like that. I wonder what happened. We are still having many more promises on pipeline. And now we are being promised a bottom-up economy that is somewhat ambiguous. And we are not even sure whether it's something that has been proven and tested and proven. So I still go with Baba. He has a track record. He has so many achievements, devolution and stuff like that. And I think for me, I'm still a Baba person, and I'm not ashamed of him.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he's also promising to tackle corruption, because the biggest part of our problem as Kenya is corruption. So you cannot promise development and progress, whereas you have not dealt with corruption, because our finances, our economy as a nation is being ruined because of corruption. And we have so many promises that are being made, and nobody is coming out clearly to promise on how they are going to deal with corruption. So for me, any leader who comes out openly and promises that they're going to tackle corruption, for me, is a genuine leader.
Are you done, Penny?
Question.
Okay, there's a question from Vic. Is it Vic?
Vic, yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Fanny, I said that Baba will fight corruption.
Yeah.
How can he fight corruption when he has been mentioned in the past in several corruption cases, and money actually was lost?
What are the corruption cases that he has mentioned? And does he have any case that is currently in court? I want you to be factual. Let's not, let's not generalize.
Have you ever heard of Pesa kwa Vijana, the maize scandal, and the Triton case during the coalition government?
Who was involved in maize scandal that even almost disabled NCPB? We have a leader coming from Rift Valley, whose Rift Valley, some of their main cash crops is
You're lying.
to find that someone is so merciless even to their kinsmen, to an extent that he does not care that their people will lack places to sell maize.
You are lying. Which office was accused of that scandal?
You know so well.
Whose office?
I'll not go into that.
The prime ministers.
Victor,
My friend, stop lying. I don't want to interrupt, but I hate when you are lying.
Victor is asking irrelevant questions. You don't.
Victor is trying to force ideas which are not true.
He's just forcing a narrative which it doesn't make sense.
No, it has been there.
Victor,
that's a narrative. Can you be specific on what Raila did? Not an office. An office can have 200 people, my friend.
My friend, who's the head of the office?
Even us, we have so many
that's why he sacked Ruto.
Okay, wait. Victor, everyone wait. Okay, everyone wait. Victor,
I was asking
Victor,
questions.
Victor, wait.
Yes. Yeah.
Whatever you are opening is a slippery slope. You know, there were arms that were being dealt within the deputy president's office. So the other person can also start saying,
Yes.
those arms are being related to the deputy president. So don't start things that will
Yes.
bring us into you and us. Let's just
The
be
problem,
factual.
you're partisan.
Yeah, they were found within the deputy president's office.
No,
You remember?
no,
You remember Rashid, whatever case.
yes.
It was within the deputy president's office, and when he's one of the guards died. Yeah.
Sergeant
So
Kenei,
don't go into a slippery slope. We don't want that here.
It is the same example that is
No.
being used.
Themba, you are also
You are a
stepping
partisan.
on a slippery slope.
No, I'm
Because
saying,
why are you not?
wait. And
What about
Victor,
Ruto
wait.
case?
Victor,
Demba
wait.
is protecting you guys. Demba is protecting
No, he's
you
not.
guys.
He is
Saying if
partisan.
you dwell on generalities,
no,
you
he's
will
not
not be able.
partisan. He's protecting you.
He is very partisan.
He is not
How
partisan.
can someone
Because
incite
look,
people to
you are
boycott
opening a can
companies?
of worms. You are
We
opening a
have
can
so
of
many
worms.
things we
What
can
what
say
ab-
here, but we are avoiding.
what
So
what
are we
about kusaka vijana?
choosing to heckle, or we want to listen?
Yeah, I was the one asking questions, and then you
And
interjected.
I said we wait. Is that okay?
No, I guess interjected.
No, I
And
said we wait.
I had mentioned 3 cases.
I'm saying we wait. Would you accept to be given direction? Let's not open a direction that is going to give us a lot of back and forth. All right.
No,
And that one
problem.
is a slippery slope. You'll also have those other people wanting to mention other things.
No.
This other side. And I don't
You're
want us to go that. I don't want us to go that direction. Okay.
You're trying to guide me on how to ask question.
I'm choosing to let us not go that direction. We are going to spoil
Because
the
it is
debate.
hot.
No, because you're going to spoil the debate.
Mr. Speaker.
But some of us, Themba, do not know. Let him just say we criticize his statement.
Okay, so you want us to keep shouting at each other?
We are not shouting, not unless you are interjecting what I'm saying.
Now, if we go to whoever murdered Mutila Kilonzo and how they brought the maize from the Indian Ocean within 3 days and told us that the maize was from Mexico, there are so many propaganda, but we don't want to speak about things without facts.
Mr. Moderator Temba, I'm asking you a very simple question. Was money lost in the 3 cases I've mentioned? The Triton case, pesa kwa vijana, malipo kwa wazee, and the maize scandal. Was money lost?
Those are propaganda, my friend. You can't substantiate.
Okay, then I raise my case. If money was not
Yes.
Billions were lost. Billions were lost for your nini.
Ndeto. If you want to be a good leader, like the way you've said you want to be a leader, you want to be an MCA.
You cannot entice me, Olo.
Okay,
Olo,
if you want to be a
cannot.
leader, if you want to be a leader who uses propaganda to push his narrative, then be it. Choose it.
Okay,
did you see Kabura carrying a lot of money with a basket?
Ndeto.
Is that a lie? Is that a lie, Demba?
Ndeto, it's okay to listen.
You know the way he is. Although he's telling me that I should be.
It's okay to listen. Can you listen? Okay, let's be quiet. Penny, can you make your closing remarks? Yeah, I mean your final in your submissions. You respond to the answer. If you'll find need to respond to anything Victor said, that's okay. But I don't think there's anything to respond to there. But if you think there's a reason to comment,
he did not give me specific instances like Osoro was giving specific instances like Western Hotel, you know, Aurora and Kimarer. So he should also give me.
Or am I not specific?
You are not specific. You just, you know,
I've mentioned 3 cases.
You are citing offices, and you cannot quote an office. Like you've just been told that Echesa did what he did under the shadow of the office of the deputy president.
And then who was accused?
I don't want to go that direction. Give me something
Victor,
that is specific.
I'm saying we avoid that.
You are taking advantage of that lady, and I want to speak to you, Victor.
No.
You know, you are bringing propaganda. We have so many of Ruto's propaganda. We can bring them here, but they are not factual. When I say Western Hotel, it is actually in court. Muteshi's land, it is actually in court. So if you mention molasses here, is there any case of molasses? Those are just propaganda that Ruto's side picks so that they can soil Raila's name.
Okay.
Raila has never been charged in any court.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you.
Lo,
Now, thank you. No.
kurespect
Victor,
sana bwana. Unaongea
Victor,
mature.
Victor, relax.
Can we take
Now,
election from
Temba, let me give you a solution. Temba, let me give you a solution.
I want no. Hold on,
All
Wekesa.
those issues people
Hold
are
on, Wekesa.
mentioning.
Hold on,
Yes.
Wekesa.
Temba.
I want to give Victor time to now make his submissions. So, Victor, can you make your submissions?
No, I was only asking questions.
No, you don't come here to ask questions. Make submissions so that you also ask questions.
I specifically wanted to ask questions.
No. You make your submission, you ask questions. So unataka kuuliza maswali hata pia
But
make a submission.
Demba, you are not fair.
Unajua the
Demba,
problem.
you are not
Demba,
fair. Don't corner
you're-
Victor that way.
you're-
You know, if he is
no.
asking questions, let him ask questions, not make submissions.
Why you
No.
Not
You
prepared.
see, listen, Deto.
Why are you guiding me on how to?
It is
something. Yeah, can I say
Deto,
something?
it is
Yeah, can I say
unfair
something?
for you to want to ask people questions and you don't want to be asked questions. People are asked questions based on their submissions. You don't have any submission, you don't have any facts, and yet you want to ask others questions.
So what
If you are
was
not
the
going,
Yeah,
if
you know,
you're not
questions
going,
are
if,
questions
no,
rise from
listen, Deto,
questions rise
a
from
debate.
what someone
The
presents.
reason, no, listen, Deto. The reason you come to a debate is because you have submissions to make.
No,
you don't
not
come
not
here
always.
to be someone who is just going to be like an FBI. Oh, yeah, amesema hivi, wacha
Not
niulize.
really. There are those
Wacha
who are
niulize.
coming here to learn.
No.
There are those
If
who
you're
are coming to learn.
then if you're coming to learn, be quiet. Don't ask questions. Don't submit. Be there.
No, you're partisan.
You know Demba.
Okay.
Be neutral. Try to be
Demba, you
neutral.
are.
Try to be neutral as much as possible.
No. I'm just being clear because you cannot come here.
Now,
You want to ask questions and you don't want to submit.
What if I don't want to ask
told
questions?
you, Demba, I wanted to give you a solution. I said, let people mention what they want to mention. At the end of the day, when they mentioned Kalonzo and Yataland, he went and was cleared. If we bring all these cases to court, who will go out free and who will remain in court? They know exactly. If you don't have a case, utapelekwa kotini na utatoka bure. But there are those who have
Wekesa, I have a question.
They
Mr.
can
Wekesa.
never.
I have a question for you.
You see, Wekesa, this is now what I'm trying to avoid us to get to. Because if we start now focusing on OCG, we'll talk, be here the whole day. We are naongea, we wacha hiyo ni uongo. Oh, we wacha hiyo ni uongo. We wacha. We will not have a debate.
Lakini
That's why I'm
Demba,
saying.
may I ask you a
That's why I'm
question?
saying.
May I
That's
ask
why I'm
you a
saying.
question, Demba?
Wait, Deto. That's why I'm saying the best thing to do is this. For us to have a debate. I've told you clearly, there are those people who are here, they are already decided on ODM. There are those people who are here, they already decided on UDA. There's this person here who is in between. They have no idea. So as you make your submissions, you are trying to convince this middle person to follow you. You will not convince someone by just sitting there and saying, what about title? What about this? There's no convincing you're doing there.
My issue is to
let's move forward. Let's move forward.
Right. You are
I
right.
need
Let
answer.
everybody make his submission.
Yes.
And we ask questions. Very simple.
So
even me myself, I made my submission.
And
my question was asked by Deto. Why can Vic make his submission? We know what he knows. Then we
He doesn't want to make submission. He doesn't want to do anything. He's just here. What about title? What about this?
Let me ask you a question, Demba.
So
Demba, I have a question for you.
I don't want any question, and I don't want any question from you, Deto, right now.
Give me then a chance to make submission.
No, you have made a submission. Nani has come, Mugambi has come, he has not made no submissions. So why do you
Let me ask you a question.
Even me,
I'm not from my question.
I have not made any submissions. I want no questions. So let me
have not made any submissions.
Mugambi, kindly make your submissions. That's how
Mugambi. Try not to be partisan, please.
Demba.
No, I've been very fair today, Victor. I've been very fair today. I'm not partisan. Mugambi, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Demba. Am I audible enough to everyone, please?
Yes, I can hear you, Mugambi.
Okay.
I'm not hearing you clearly. I'm not hearing you clearly, please.
Okay.
Add the volume.
Deto, what's your problem?
Deto,
Deto, do you hear me now?
You are okay. You can be heard clearly.
Yes, yes, yes. Now I can hear you.
Thank you. I like to make everyone comfortable before I contribute because I like people to synthesize whatever I say. I think from our today's topic, the way I read it earlier, it is who is your preferred candidate in the coming elections with reference to the presidential elections. To my point, or to my understanding, is let us not look at a person, but let us look at personality and the character and someone's contribution in the past with regards to the entire country, not a section of a population or a group of people. To begin with, as it stands, I think the presidential election is shaping out to be a two-horse race. That is the Raila side and the Ruto side. It's so unfortunate that one of the side has been campaigning from the year 2018 to date. But throughout their campaign, I have never had an elaborate policy that the deputy president ought to implement to touch the life, not of the hustler, not of the dynasty, not of the rich, not of the poor, but of the country and the international community. One thing that we need to know is that a president is not a president of youth and is not a president of just a country, that's all. A president is a person who represents a country in the international community. And the person that we should elect as the president in relation to Kenya is someone who have good rapport, good engagement with our business partners, because beyond our country, we have people here who have businesses far and wide. So if we get someone who is maybe bipartisan or someone who does not recognize the international community, the big lot of our people are going to suffer. Remember, even in the platform that we are in right now, we have Kenyans who are beyond our borders. So if a president campaigns only around and within the country, trying to deceive people that he is going to empower them, to make them come from their poverty to becoming rich people. So what happens to the people who are in the diaspora? Remember, even the income of our country, the GDP, the people in diaspora contribute so much. And for these people who are in the diaspora to do their business well or to engage in their daily economic activities well, our country and whoever is leading our country should be a person who has that good relation with those other countries, both the first world country and the third world country. Away from my brief introduction and analysis of the person that I would like him or her to be the president, my second point is these two horse races, how have they worked, demonstrated, or sacrificed for the betterment of the entire country? In this way, let us look at Raila. There's a time our country was in great troubles. That is the time of a single party state. Most people here and elsewhere, they try to discredit Raila Amolo Odinga out of what happened in 1982. What I always tell people is, as long as I know Raila was not directly involved in the coup, but even if he was involved in the coup, for anyone who is willing to listen, that was a deserved coup. Right now, most of us, we may have read history or we may not have the history of Kenya in 1982. But look at what has been happening in our neighbor Uganda. The people that we respect and we leave them well. Whenever we have an election, we get a president who muscles all the state powers to make sure that he retains power, even if it means maiming, killing, and making people to go to exile. So if Raila participated in the struggle of multi-party democracy, is that something wrong? Absolutely not. Come between 82 and 90, Raila was jailed for 9 years, jailing without any trial. His family was frustrated. His wife was fired from the TSC teaching. Why was he passing through all this? Was it because he wanted wealth? Was it because he wanted to achieve something personal? No. He was struggling for all of us, our generation, our parents, and the generation to come. Is that a person that you like not to be your president as it stands? The answer is not. Many people will say that Raila is an engineer of violence in our country. And people will tell us that the violence comes after every election. Take yourself as a person, you have invested so much in a campaign. The state has captured the institutions that should supervise a free and fair elections. You have been rigged, and the rigging is well illustrated. As a person, what do? Of course, you will retaliate like in other. Now, let me come to when we have now these two people, the two horse race in the national politics. In 2002, Raila came out from Serena Hotel and made one statement that Kibaki Tosha. Have we ever asked ourselves why did Raila say Kibaki Tosha? Was he saying Kibaki Tosha so that he can amass wealth? The answer is not. He was saying Kibaki Tosha so that they could overcome and do away with the dictatorial government, which was led by Moi. Ruto at that time was pro-Kanu, pro-Uhuru. They wanted to propagate or to make sure that the dictatorship of our second president continues. So, can we deny Raila presidency out of his 202 sacrifice? The answer is not. Now, let us come in 2007 when these two people were in one side. Many people will want to pin down Raila that he was the cause of the violence. Here and now, I can say that whatever happened in 2002, Kibaki side is to blame, Raila side is to blame. And that's why when the matter was taken to International Criminal Court, we had 3 people or 4 people from PNU and others from the ODM. Today, you'll hear William Ruto saying that I went to Hague so that Raila could be the prime minister. The prayer arrangement in the ODM was that in the event Raila becomes the president, they were going to change the constitution so that Ruto could be the prime minister. So, in whichever contribution that Ruto had in 2007, he was fighting for his premiership in the government. Fortunately or unfortunately, the law landed to him, and he has no audacity or authority to blame Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is not Kofi Annan. Raila Odinga is not the Hague. Raila Odinga is not the prosecutor. Those people came to Kenya. They got evidence from Kenyans to pin those people. Now, when we had the Grand Coalition government, where Raila was the prime minister and Kibaki was the president, we saw drastic development and infrastructure in our country. Today, being not partisan, if you look at Kibaki's 10-year contract with Kenyans or during his presidency, he performed most in his second term. That is when we had those borders, pro-box, and all those policies because Raila and Kibaki came together. What does this show us? It shows that as long as we may believe, or some quarters may believe that Raila is a person who does not believe in empowering people, he has got kind of a blessing or wisdom on how, when he comes together with the president, big things happens. Come into 2013, Raila went to elections with the deputy or with the Uhuru and Ruto. What happened? Uhuru and Ruto, I'm sorry to say this, they tried to run the populist kind of narrative of the Hague that we want to be sold in the Hague so that they could get the presidency. And they, someone is Davy. And true to their motive, these people got to power. They took a country and an economy that was very stable with a lot of financial circulation, money circulation, and everything, with the 1.4 trillion debt. But because these people were not well prepared to take the presidency, they tried to pull or to put development that were not resonating with the economy as at then. They used a populist approach to politics, which favored them. But at the back of their mind, they were not prepared on how to run the government. And that's why between 2013 and 2017, we had so many commissioned projects by the deputy president and the president. They borrowed so much money from the international organizations and locally through bid bonds. But all those projects, what we have now, they are just plates with their names, the name of the president or the deputy president. The question is, were these people launching this project without money? The answer is, there was money allocated to each and every project. But because we had either one or two wrong people in leadership, they siphoned all the money, they stole all the resources, and left our country bleeding. Come in 2017, Raila.
Are you coming to the end so that you can be? I'm sure these people want to ask you questions. I know.
Yes, I'm heading now. Now, come in 2017, we all know what happened. People have been saying that Raila never accepts defeat, but the Supreme Court vindicated him that the election was shambolic. And through trade analysis, we can say that even other elections that were disputed were shambolic, only that the court was so fearful to come straight. Now we have Raila and Uhuru in hardship. So many things are happening. To this point, if I may ask people from what I have narrated, between Raila and Ruto, whom should we really give the leadership? Your answer is as good as mine. I'm not going to dictate whom you are going to elect as the president, but if asked, our country is safe at the hands of Raila Odinga. I can have so many reasons to support my point as to why I think Raila should be the president, and I can as well have so many points as to why I believe Ruto cannot make a good president. To finish, I say this. Ruto is trying to use a populist approach to get to power, trying to remind people that they are poor, trying to promise that these people will be empowered once they get to power. One thing and one tragedy that can happen to Ruto himself is him getting to power, remembering our country is broke out of its own action and his people. And then he will lack the money to empower those people. This country will have a revolution. We may have a bloodshed because of the reckless promises that Ruto is making. Whatever Ruto is using is what should be used by an MCA, MP to get to power, but not a president. A president should be presidential. A president should engage the international community. The president should engage the trillionaires and billionaires in the country so that those people can invest their billions within our country and employ so many people. So if you beat billionaires who should invest in your country to create jobs, where will you get these poor hustlers job from? That is what I can say, and I know there are so many questions. I will try to handle, but judging by yourselves, make your own decision. If you want this country to run forward, get the person who can attract international community to come and invest in our country, the person who can influence the billionaires and trillionaires to invest in our country so that the poor, desperate, and frustrated youth can get their jobs. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. I know the Ndeto might have a question. Maybe Ndeto will ask a question and then very briefly so that we can also bring Dev into the picture. Ndeto?
Okay, thank you so much. Karibu sana, John. You have really lost on the show. So thank you for your good presentation. But I have some queries, two of them. Number one, you have said that when Uhuru came into the government, they planned of the project they were to implement. Then they agreed to go and borrow money from the international world, and money came. Then you have used that they stole all the money, all the resource, and left our country bleeding. But when you are expressing who stole, why do we always incline to the deputy president? And in your statement, it is general, like they stole. The other question is that you have said that our country is broke, and whoever who is aspiring to be the president should understand that. You have given an example that Ruto is promising people that clinging into power, he will give the mama mboga, the boda boda people money to boost their small business. Then you have said that you have asked, you have left it a rhetoric. Where will he get this money from? I would like you to tell me, if BBI passed, where they were pushing from 15 to 35%, where were they to get that money from? Those are my two questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Deto. And I'll answer your questions in few statements. If you are of age and of sound mind, you will understand who was running this country between 2013 and 2017. Remember, when Uhuru and Ruto got into power, they had kind of a gentleman's understanding that you are going to have 50% of your government and I'm going to have 50% of the government. What happened? Ruto appointed his people. That's right. Uhuru appointed his people. We know the ministries that these people were appointed. And these ministries, we can pinpoint the corrupt leaders who are there. And we can presume that the leaders who are appointed in these ministries were stealing for their boss. That said, we have Kenya Power today under the Ministry of Energy, which is a monopolistic market. or market player. Today, it is making a loss. Who was there? Ruto's man. Can you tell me which part of the country or the world where a monopolistic player has ever made a loss? Number two, go to Kenya Pipeline, go to Kenya Ports Authority. I don't discredit Uhuru. I know even Uhuru had his people in the Ministry of Health and all those other ministries. Putting those two people into scale, what do you see? Uhuru has something to blame upon between 2013 and 2017, but Ruto carries the bigger blame. If you ask me how, I can tell, but it can take so long. About how will the next president be able to get money to develop this country? I've said one thing. We need to have a president who has a good standing with the rich in our country so that he can convince them to invest in the country and create jobs for the poor. We should have a president who has good standing with the international community so that we can get more of investors from abroad. And when an investor comes in our country, invest here, he or she will employ both professionals, skilled and unskilled people in our country, meaning youth and the frustrated lot will have their jobs. Now, look at a person who is castigating and trying to fight the rich. If we get power, will these people who are able and who are potential job creators invest in that country that the president is beating them? No. Right now, Deto, if I can ask you, which first world country has a good standing with the Ruto? You can't mention even half of a country or a state of a country that has good standing with Ruto. So what happens when Ruto becomes the president? These people are going to run away from our country and go to invest in our neighboring countries or the countries that promise them peace and are humble and harmonious landing in their countries. So I think my question is answered to you. If you want more elaborations on what I've said, I can take hours and hours to make you understand as to why I believe our country is broke, and the only people who can salvage our country, it is the billionaires and trillionaires and the international community and the first world country coming to invest in our country. Remember the country right now, if it had money, and that money is in the pocket of the people, and these are the people who can plow back their money in our country to create jobs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ndeto, do
Yes.
you know of any scholarship program that is run by Ruto that is in his name, or any foundation that Ruto has?
Yeah, he has a foundation.
What is its name?
You know, I'm not here to disclose, but I know there
You
is
don't know a name of a foundation?
I know.
What
And
is the name
it is
of
run
William?
by Rachel Ruto.
No,
They
forget
support
about the
women.
forget about the Joiwa something. Where is there a foundation run by William somewhere Arap Ruto Foundation, like Kalonzo Musyoka Foundation, that educates people or gives back to the community?
The hustler.
Okay, forget about it. Now I had seen somebody here called Dave. Dave has gone. Robert, are you there?
Demba, I'm here.
Robert, you're there. Okay, go ahead, Robert, and give your submission.
Thank you, Demba, for this opportunity. Hello, fellow panelists. Today's topic, Demba comparing Ruto and Raila, is just like comparing or putting together paraffin and water, which you know very well can never mix. And if you put them in a weighing scale, those two can never match each other. Let me give the following facts why I'm saying so. And I've heard a lot of lies being told in this discussion today, which as Kenyans, we should really not entertain. When you are given a chance to speak on a platform like this, remember you're watched across the world. Please make sure that you give facts so that you help other people understand and make informed decisions. Going forward, let me make a few submissions in regards to today's topic or discussion. I have a few things that I can say about Raila, but I find none to speak about the Deputy President William Ruto in terms of track records, in terms of achievement, in terms of bringing this country up in a well-deserved way. In fact, in terms of actually shaping up this country in the way that even our children would like to be. So Raila Odinga, if you look at his life, for example, people say that he participated in 1982 coup, but look at facts. If at all he participated, what are these people intending to achieve there? Let alone that. Look at his life when they had a grand coalition with President Kibaki, or the former President Kibaki. Raila Odinga would shelve his ambition just to make this country move forward in so many reasons, even when he was being undermined by the people working under Kibaki. But he still stood for that coalition to work. Recently, we saw him having the handshake with the president. In fact, it became very difficult for the president to operate this country and lead this country in the environment that he was in. Even the loans that Kenyans are now receiving from other lenders outside Kenya and even within Kenya is because of that peace that has been created. And we must commend these two from bringing this country together. And more so Raila Odinga, because it takes a statement to do what he did. It doesn't take a selfish person to do what Raila did. And I tell you, only few people in Kenya can do that. Let me use a few examples that are here. And even if you were given that opportunity in that, I don't think you would have greeted His Excellency the President, President Uhuru Kenyatta, given the same scenario that Raila was in with the Jubilee government. So that's why I say it takes a statement to do such a thing. Coming to the Deputy President, William Samoei Arap Ruto, we've seen a lot of promises coming from this gentleman, but nothing has been fulfilled as we speak. Somebody talked about the laptop, somebody talked about the stadiums back in 2013. How many of those have been implemented before we start bringing up other promises that we even we don't even know how they are going to be implemented? So when you are talking of facts, please bring them out clearly so that other people may understand what you're talking about. If you are saying that the bottom-up economy is going to work, tell us about the stadium that has not been implemented, mentioned back in 2013 and 2017. Tell us about the laptop that has not been implemented, project that has been implemented back in 2013 to 2017, before we can speak of any other promise that you're trying to tell Kenyans. Lastly, allow me ask this question to Ndeto. You're saying that helping people, giving people handouts and such kind of thing is a good thing. And you really recommend the deputy president to continue doing what he's doing. I'm not saying helping one another is wrong. Helping the needy is the right thing to do. But now, why now? Why did we see all this happening in 2013 that he claims he was in power and he was able to do a few things for Kenyans? Why were we not seeing all these alarms? Why were we not seeing people being called in Sugoi or in Karen to talk a few of these issues? Why were we not seeing border guys being rallied and alarms being done on them in 2013? Why now? Is it because he was using or applying table manners? And what I mean by that is that when you are eating, you're not supposed to speak. Or why now? Why are we seeing all these alarms now? Is he being genuine with the Kenyans? Or is up to his own achievement? And after that, we won't see him again doing all these alarms. Those are the things that we need to be talking about. If you promised Kenyans that in 100 days, I will give you this number of jobs, 100 days has passed. No number of jobs has been achieved. What is your explanation to that effect? Those are the kind of questions that we need to ask our leaders before even we take sides. Let us be factual with our country, because we're building a country for our future and the future of our children. If we keep on cheating ourselves and being psychopaths day in, day out, that is how we end up with a rogue country. That is how we end up putting rogue leaders at the helm of power, and we end up having some rogue laws being created around. And in the end, it is the Kenyans or the country people who suffer. So I would like Ndeto to answer me that question before I get my sleep tonight. Thank you, Themba.
Okay,
Okay.
Ted, I think you have been mentioned. You may want to comment on that.
Okay. Thank you for your good submission. I've followed closely, and you are really raising very nice points. And you have asked me a question, and you have said that the strategy Ruto is using maybe to give handouts to the people. It may not have some big problem, but your question was why now? And also in 2013, Ruto did not do like this. I will answer your question this way. That in 2017, we did not have COVID-19. You know, if there is something that has really destabilized our nation's economy, it is the COVID-19 menace. And all of us can appreciate that even if people are having big jobs, maybe the dependency rate has increased. Maybe hapo beleni you are not helping a relative. Nowadays you even purchase food for them. You are not maybe considering in your budget that at one point you will give people something. Today, it is not even you to think about for people who can give their resources so that we can suppress the effect of that problems. As well, in 2013, Ruto was not vying for presidency. That's why most of the people who could be seen on the front line, even if he was there, the person who was maybe using a lot of these strategies was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So, because now he wants to be the president, he must use all the possible strategies to pull crowds so that he will get enough votes to be the president. So that's how I can answer your question. I don't mean that the persistent giving of handout is so good. And that's why he has been saying in some occasions that, look, currently I'm using my own money, but when I get to the government, I will be able to set aside a kit that will be distributed to circles and cooperatives, so that to reach out to women groups, youth groups, so that they can borrow some loans with low or no interest, so that to boost their small businesses.
That on that point that you have said, and I'm hoping it is not true. The tragedy of any population is when a politician uses his money on you. He will have to go and recover that money once he gets to power. So that is point number one. Point number two, we don't want to create a country of handouts. So we need, as wherever you are, whether you are supporting UDA or wherever, let's categorically refuse the temptation to be led to be beggars in our country. We don't want a politician coming to say that I used my money. And that is what has always been happening. A politician will come, use his money to buy your votes, vote for him. Then after the next 5 years, you don't see him, because now he'll be saying that he bought your vote. Now it is time for him to get his money back so that he can prepare for the next election. That, for me, I wouldn't want, whether it is a UDA government or it's an ODM government. You people in UDA should refuse the temptation to be given any money be used to you. Let the person wait. If there'll come a time when they'll be able to use the government structures, their government structures, and you are the one who talked about Uwezo Fund, you're the one who talked about women what. So let's see that being used, but not someone thinking they're doing us a favor so that we can vote for him. I don't think that's the direction that we're going to have. But anyway, you'll have time to give your submissions. There's something you wanted to say, Robert, before you go?
Yes. Just another question on Neto's last point. He has said that the deputy president is promising that when he gets the government, yet he's in government, and is the substantive deputy president and the principal assistant to the president. So you look at those lies around the deputy president strategies, then you ask yourself as a Kenyan, which government is he looking for? Yet he is in the government that and he can use whatever he's saying to change a few things for the betterment of Kenyans. And why I'm saying this is we have so many members of parliaments aligned to the deputy president ideologies, and they've been working with him in every meeting that he attends. Why don't he use those same MPs to actually change a few things that are currently hindering the Kenyan business people and even the Kenyan community? For example, just the latest fuel prices hike. This parliament has a role that they can really help Kenyans with in this fuel price hike. Why don't we have the deputy president, other than mentioning in rallies, put your troops or your lieutenants in a boardroom meeting, come up with a bill or come up with any amendment that can save Kenyans. Then from there now, we can say, indeed, you as the deputy president, you did A, B, C, D, but when it went to the floor of the parliament, it was shot down by the president's people or by the opposition leaders' people. Then from there, we can say, at least, we've seen the deputy president doing A, B, C, D. And whatever he's saying that he has not been given an opportunity to help Kenyans is actually true, because we are seeing him trying to bring some amendments in these countries that might help Kenyans, but they are being shot down in parliaments by other people who are pro-president or the pro-opposition leader. We haven't seen that, brother. So what I would want to ask you, you guys need to stop this notion that the deputy president has not been given an opportunity to work by the president. He has gone so many ways that he can work around all those strategies to bring something for Kenyans. So hii maneno mnasema tumefinywa, when we get the government, you are in the government, do it now. Thank you.
Okay.
And Ndeto, as you comment, yeah.
Yes.
There's something that the deputy president said yesterday. He said that now I want to try and quote him verbatim. That is, if these people wanted to add constituencies, they should have gone through the parliament, and then they would have had the IBC well constituted, and then gone through parliament, and those constituencies be introduced. That was his words yesterday. Now, as Robert has asked, the presidency, that is the president and him, are the ones who are charged with appointing the IBC fellas. What did he do to make sure that IBC were appointed? Commissioners were appointed. 2, as Robert has asked, did the deputy president, through his many MPs, 150 that he keeps talking about, introduce an amendment to bring in the addition of constituencies to other constituencies? I mean, to the constituencies that we have right now. If it didn't happen then did he mean well himself to wait for the BBI to continue and then come and say that if they wanted him, he didn't want? Did he want himself those constituencies to be there? So maybe comment on that so that we can bring someone else also to make a presentation. I can see this is it Makori or what? Mugiri?
Mugeni?
Yeah. So can we have Ndeto talk and then we bring in Mugeni?
Okay, thank you, Themba, and the guy who has just made his submissions. So
that's Robert. That's Robert.
Yes, Robert. So there is something you two have really bonded about. Politicians should not use their money at any cost. The other day, when the CS Interior was called in the parliament for interrogations about the security of deputy president,
Ndeto, there's a problem with your connection.
And he said
Ndeto?
that, yes.
There's a problem with your connection, so we lost you. You hung a little bit.
Okay, sorry. So I was saying, following from what was happening about the interrogation of CS Interior, Ruto came back and he said that he has a land in Eldoret where he has reared a lot of chickens, and he collects eggs worth 1.5 million every day. That is a single project. And if you have followed, every month, Ruto is visiting like, I think 10 groups, and he gives like 1 million or 0.5 million. In a month, if you compute the 1.5 by 30 days, that is 45 million. And it is just a small project. I mean, even kwa nyumba, kuna ile ka project unasemanga hii ni ya kununua boga. So I think that is what he is doing. Then, there is also the other question on Ruto is in the government. and he has always been talking about that when he gets in the new government, he will do a lot of things. Let me tell you people that he is in the government, yes, but he is not the major decision maker. Reason being, there are a lot of things they plan together with the president, but when it comes to like implementation of those things, it is based on the president's priorities. And that's why you people, you keep asking about stadiums. Maybe at one point, I don't know what happened, that roads, maybe they were prioritized and they never prioritized the stadiums, or maybe other projects like health docket. You see, COVID-19, it came with a lot of health needs than maybe sporting activities. So, and that's why maybe a lot of money was taken to the health sector to bring new health facilities than to start building, constructing a lot of the stadiums, which at this time may not be of big use. So it's about prioritization. So when he gets there, I'm very sure what he is talking about, because he will be the chief decision
We lost you again, Deto. I think there's you got network issues, Deto.
I don't know what is happening to my internet.
It
So,
seems that you are coming up with so many issues that the internet is not accommodating. But go ahead and finalize.
let me conclude also. You have also brought a point on the constitution of the IBC members, that Ruto has been saying he has very many members of parliament, 150 of them. Why is he not like using the same people to bring the changes that he wants? And you have given an example of the BBI, that for sure if he meant good for this nation, he would have used this number to pass those sections he feels are good, than to keep maybe like talking about, they have not done. Let me tell you, the initial reason why the handshake came to be, it was to unite Kenyans. And out of the handshake, I think the two leaders, that is the president and the former prime minister, they exaggerated and went further, even to come up with a certain initiative which they thought that would bring even more peace and unity in the nation.
Deto, you are now going on a tangent. Why didn't Ruto tell his parliamentarians to go in and make those amendments in parliament?
Because it was not an urgent thing. Reason why it became...
Right now it is urgent to be used in a political campaign. Just hold on.
No.
Mugambi, can you ask Ndeto a question? Ndeto, maybe you can join your answer together with what Mugambi is going to ask you.
Ndeto, how are you?
I'm good.
I have just two questions for you.
Okay.
I understand you are seeking a political office.
Yes.
Are you using all your resources to campaign, or are you appealing to your friends to support you in an initiative? Whichever is your answer.
And you are welcome.
Wait. Whichever is your answer, why do you think that Ruto is so generous to pour his billions that he gets from the X, which has not been taxed, to campaign for presidency? Don't you believe that if he is using his personal resources to invest, if he gets to power, he will want return on his investment?
Do you
That is
believe that?
that is the first question that I hand for you. Can you answer us that question? If yourself you are appealing to me to support you, why is Ruto pouring his billions, which quote unquote he has toiled to get, to appeal to Kenyans?
Okay, you know, politics is about interest, and you must be ready to spend for you to vie for any position, because the moment you become a national leader, you know, you will be a very sensitive tool when it comes to the running of all the country's affairs. So in a way, there are those people who do not support you, but you would like also to compel them to your territories. And in the developing nations, like in Africa, you'll find most people, they use money because our democracy is still developing. So, and that's why Ruto is not of big difference from others. And this money he is distributing to the people. He is even coming out and telling people, look, I thought about this thing earlier, and I invested in chicken farming project. I have also invested in another project so that I will be able to make this money and give them a maboga kidogo kidogo, so that they also come.
Deto,
Yes.
I can see you are even decampaigning Ruto, and I don't want you to decampaign him further. There are two questions that you'll pick from two people here. That is Victor and Mogeni. I think Mogeni also has a question. So can you take these two questions, and then now we move to the submissions. So Victor, go ahead, and then Mogeni.
Okay, thank you so much. Are you able to get me?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question to Ndeto.
Yeah, so sorry, I'm joining for the first time, but I've moved with Ndeto. Ndeto, thank you so much for what you are raising, but I don't know what is the logics that you have used to compare our democracy with money? You know, because you said our democracy is still growing. So when our democracy is growing, then you are telling us people need to use their money. What logics? Because I'm just understanding money in economic perspective and democracy in a political arena. These are two different axes that you cannot compare at all. Maybe as an upcoming politician, or you have some hula baloo to explain it. I can say that. The second thing that you're saying is that I'm looking at the character you are bringing into political wing in the name that we want to invest in Mamamboga and grow Mamamboga. Now, and you are telling us that this person is using his money, income generated from a business, into a political wing where he gives out, you talked about 10 groups, 1 million each, that is 10 million, dishing out 1 million shilling, 10 million shillings in a month without a target on how much return on investment I'm going to get. And so the big question, 1 million per month for the next 1 year, that is how much? And so the big question is this person who is going to help us have investment, or this is a person who are going to waste our resources and not looking at the return on investment? Because as a country, we want somebody who is going to help us to invest, to grow, and to create more opportunities and to grow our GDP. So I would wish that one come out of clear from you. And the last bit you are talking about, I hope that as somebody who is aspiring to be a leader, then you know the structure and we call it the budget cycle process. And you talk about the Stadia was talked about, you talk about laptop, and you said they were not priorities. Do you mean our education is not a priority? Because if you talk a laptop not priority and it was under education, then the fact remains that education is not a priority in Kenya. And
if they were not up, they were priorities for Ruto, then Ruto aid is always a stamping of having the highest number of members of parliament. And it is the number of members of parliament that help us to prioritize on what to allocate money for first. What made it very difficult for Ruto to rally the MPs to prioritize his agendas? Because you remember, the president do not have the powers to dictate the budget at some point. They only give, the executive only presents, but it is the assembly that approves. So can you tell us that if you are followed by a huge team, that they all bow to your direction, but they could only take the wrong direction that is not to the interest of the public, and then still Chef stamp that you are going to change? Thank you.
Okay, Mogeni. Later you can write that down so that you finalize with what Mogeni will ask, then you join everything before we move to someone else. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Ndeto, good morning, good morning and good night. I think the colleagues. Ndeto, honestly speaking, I don't have questions for you, but what I would wish you to have, because you can be a good leader, but you really need mentorship, because this is not the kind of thinking that we expect of young leaders that will transform Kenya. I live in Europe, and this politics of money, honestly, Ndeto, you let me down. At this point in time, we would like to sanitize our politics. We would like to sanitize our morals. We cannot be taking bribery as a way of life, as a way of third world or developing countries. That cannot be. So what Ruto is doing, and it is not only Ruto, because he's not the inventor of this politics of bribery, most of these politicians, and now it's being perfected by Ruto, doing to the extent of, killing the voice that was there initially in form of the church to be the partakers of the bribe. And we sanitize and we say that is normal, it is what the politicians do. Ndeto, departure from that kind of thinking, because you are a young man. And we have a country to protect, we have a country to grow. That is not how politics is practiced all over here. In Kenya, getting into politics is one way of getting rich. You tell me, people who run enterprises toil to make profits. How easy is it for a politician to spend the one day, budget for me one day, how a politician in the name of a president or even a deputy president can run a poultry farm, can run a ranch, can run hotels, make profits, and as well as grow the nation? How? How is that possible? And then use the same money to bribe the voters. And you say, because we are developing. The thing is, disenfranchise Kenyans, make them poor, steal from them, and then start throwing the same money to them. That cannot be the way of growing Kenya. And I'm sorry, if we take that as the path to saving Kenya out of poverty, then no doubt Africa will never produce a superpower in the next 100 years to come.
Okay, Mogeni, I think we will have you giving your submission. Ndeto, kindly. Now, number one, Ndeto, it is obvious that your thought about issues of being given money is not accepted across board. I can see even comments from some UDA supporters who are saying that is not a good line. You are decampaigning your guy. Even if it's happening, it's a wrong thing to happen. So let's just agree it's a wrong thing. As whether you're in UDA, we don't want politics of bribery, politics of handout. So make your comments so that we can have Mugeni give his submission.
Okay, I think you guys have misunderstood me. When I talked about democracy and use of money in relation to power, I think my point was this. In developing nations, we know there is something we call preservatism, where people do not want to come out of the positions that they hold. And they can even kill you so that they maintain their positions. So, in this essence, what I said, I was not comparing money with democracy. I was just saying that money is used when you want a certain position, and you must be ready to spend if you want to get that position. You know, the people we are dealing with are people who are a poor majority. People whom you will go, you talk, you share with them your manifestos. Then at the end of the day, they will tell you, look, I don't have a packet of hunger. I don't know what my children will eat. I don't know. You know, you cannot.
That even your internet has refused. I think Neto is saying something that all of us need to condemn, and the idea of bribery and the idea of handouts being used in politics. I think it's something that as Kenyans we must stand against, and that is what. Neto, we lost you again because whatever it is you're saying, I think even the internet is not really agreeing with it.
No, Mugambi. You know, I have to clear this because it is not good.
No, we have understood you, but you're repeating the same thing. That you're still insisting that it is okay for money to be used to bribe people.
Listen. I'm not repeating. I'm just expanding that. You know, we are rushing out of reality. Because the moment you say that Kenya, we have get to a position where we can campaign without even expecting people to ask us anything, then I think that's why I was saying Kenya, we are not, the democracy in our country is not yet mature. And that's why you see some leaders, they give something small to the people so that maybe they can attract them to their territory. As well, there is this guy who has tried to analyze and say that a leader who is dishing out money, then he is not a good investor in that he is not expecting returns. Look, if a mama boga is doing a certain small business, remember she has a small business which is paying tax every day. When you boost that woman, in a way you are also boosting the tax, the revenue of our country, because at the end of the day, she will pay that tax as well. We should not forget that Ruto has a foundation. Ruto has a foundation. Ruto has a foundation that deals with women.
Ruto doesn't have a foundation.
The Joy Women Foundation. Joyful Women Foundation.
Listen,
you know, if my wife, let me finish.
If your wife is running a foundation, that is not yours. I've told you, give us a foundation.
No.
That is run by William Samuel
She is
Ruto.
my wife. She is my wife, and I paid even dowry. Anything under her name is mine. So don't
what happens if
divert
you
me.
divorce?
Don't.
What happens if you divorce?
If we divorce, she is not my property. So you people, the way you are trying to smartly, like deconstruct what I am saying.
Let me tell you something. For example, the first lady of Machakos had a foundation by her name. When they separated, she went to continue to run her foundation. Okay? Now, the other foundation that is run by Bill and Melinda Gates, it has both their names, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They are still working together. William Ruto has not started any foundation by his name to educate anyone in Kenya. That is number one. Number two, William Ruto, according to you, harvests whatever it's called eggs from his farm and sells, so he can use it to buy votes. He has never
No,
at
no,
any
no, no,
point.
no. That
That's what
is
you
not
said.
what I am saying.
You'll go back to your comments. You just said that.
No, no, no,
When you
no. I did not say William Ruto is buying votes. I said he is
that it's on
supporting small
record.
businesses. He is supporting small businesses. And the source
As
of
who?
that money,
As who?
remember,
As who?
as the deputy president, remember his office is also given some budget. So you people don't think he is operating
Now
from
that's
the
good.
blues.
That's good. So you are accepting that actually there's work that William Ruto is still doing right now. So he has not been allowed not to do any work. So as deputy president, there are still things he's doing.
You know, it is
So
only that the president is not assigning him.
It is all lies what you
the
have been telling
president
us.
is not assigning him with
You are confusing yourself.
No, 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 no.
Okay, Ndeto, wait. Mogeni, can you give your submission?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Themba, for this opportunity to have this discussion, this late hours, I think, in Kenya. First of all, it's we need, my point is that we need to grow our politics to the extent that we are able to credibly dissect our leaders and dissect the state of our nation. So Kenya has not lacked leadership for the last 5 or 10 years. It has had leadership. So when we start dissecting the achievements of this regime, we are collectively talking about the government of Kenya and the leadership of Kenya. So, and this leadership has had a president, has had a deputy president, and it has had also cabinet ministers, and of course their other public service. So, if we reach to a conclusion that this current administration has failed us, then we must say so without getting excuses here and there. It is these excuses that always put us in deep pits after 5 years election. Because this current administration started the leadership over the country in 2013. And this is the time when we used to hear statements as when they were there, we never used to see SGRs being built because they were busy eating money. When they were there, we never had, road infrastructures being constructed because they were always eating money. So today that narrative has changed because, and I'm saying this with due respect to our able deputy president, William Ruto, who is very able in terms of speech and articulation of issues. Because little did he not tell the supporters that those projects they are doing in the first term of the administration were loans. They were loans, high interest loans that they were taken from the international community. It was not surplus money from the taxes that Kenya generates. No, it was loans. It was loans, and there were loans that were taken at high interest and again mismanaged. But today, the chicken have come back to roost because now these loans have matured and the owners of the money want back their money plus interest. And the country, whatever they were investing in, for example, SGR, cannot break even. so as to pay those loans. And that is what has caught up us with. And that is what some of the people who are parading themselves for leadership are not telling their supporters. Instead, they are telling them that in these first 5 years, things are bad. In this last 5 years, things are bad because we were sidelined. But the thing is, these problems are carryovers that were generated in the first time. And now the chicken have just come home to roost. So we cannot continue entertaining such kind of lies every election, and we give these people mandates. For me, anyone who has served in the current regime at high levels as a minister or as a deputy president or as anything around that area should not be again the one coming back to make promises to us. Because that time they were making digital promises. Today we are now back. I mean, that script was lost because it can no longer sell more. But because Kenyans, we are gullible and we can go with any sort of lies because con men are very good with convincing their victims, we are again buying into these lies that, oh, Jehovah Jireh is coming now to raise up people from the bottom. The truth is no. We have a Wezo fund, we have youth fund, we have all those funds at the ground, at the bottom, which, when well managed, can help to bring these mamambogas up. And we cannot only grow by mamambogas. We need industrialization. We need heavy industries. We need investors in the country to absorb these people who are coming out in their hundreds and their thousands from the universities. We are not always not talking about expanding universities so that these people can go to the streets and be border riders or hand cash pushers or wheelbarrow pushers. No, the answer is no. So we must be able to dissect the kind of leadership, and for heaven's sake, we have leaders who have already submitted their names as possible candidates in the next elections. Let's look at their profiles. Let's look at the profiles of these individuals in a credible way. Let us practice politics of credibility. Then we will put Kenya on a higher map. I aspire to see a Kenya that will break out of the chain of poverty that is associated with other African states. I would be happy to see Kenya at least making up to the league of first world countries, the first in Africa. Because what has condemned Africa to be where it is because of this silly kind of politics that we practice all the time. Because we are just selfish people. We are dishonest and we are all that. But we can change because we have good people. If we give good people a chance to rule or to govern our resources, then we can spring up as a nation. So to me, my good colleagues, that should be the cause. And it doesn't matter whom you support. It doesn't matter who bakes your cake. But let us reach a point of honesty to where you can tell your brother that although this is my tribesman, although this is my brother, but I don't like his ways.
Thank you, Mogeni.
Asante sana.
Okay, we will have Tony give his submission, and then I think we'll all have given our submission. We can have now another round of question, answer. It will now be random. We'll also read a few comments from those who are giving
I
us.
haven't given my submission.
Oh, Wekestabado. Okay, so do you want to go first because you've been here long, or we allow Tony to go, then you go? You are a veteran.
Tony first.
Okay, Tony, go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone here today. I didn't get the topic properly. Probably you can.
Yes,
What's the topic?
I can tell you, Tony. We have realized that Ruto and Raila have been traversing the country. Raila was in Bungoma today. Ruto was in, I think, Nakuru, and a few other stops he made. So we are trying to see, to give your comments in terms of your preferred candidate, and also why you think that preferred candidate fits the bill. And we are trying to be more positive oriented as opposed to negative oriented. We know that those who support Raila support Raila, those who support Ruto support Ruto. So we are trying to make a case for that person who is undecided. Try to make a case for that person who is undecided why they should move towards the person that you prefer.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. I'm one of those who are decided. Although I like the policies, I like Baba's policies. I haven't really gotten into the whole manifesto on what he wants to do and how he wants to approach this presidency this time, 2022. Of course, I admire the deputy president on how he does his policy from the intellectual part of it, and I also like the way he tries to argue.
Wait, Tony. Mogeni, can you mute?
Yes.
Okay, Tony, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying I like the deputy president on the intelligence part of him. He's a very intelligent man, and he knows on how to argue his case forward. He takes wars from both sides, from north, east, south, west. He can handle some wars. He fights them very well. I know, and most of you know that he's advantaged with material benefit advantages that he got, and he has really very well achieved. I like that part. He's blessed. Now, the only thing I don't agree with is bottom-up economics, because I don't know where the bottom is. Each individual has his own bottom. The tall ones, they have their own bottoms, and the short ones, they have their own bottoms. In that, I mean, people who have gone to school and they are looking for jobs, they have their own bottoms. Mama mboga mwenye anauza sukuma wiki ama samaki akuna bottom yake huko chini. Kuna mama anauza maharagwe ama ni mkulima akuna bottom yake. Now I don't know how you categorize the bottom half economics in a capitalistic world. And then I don't understand about the wheelbarrow issue, of course, which is a symbol, which they say, but that's what bears the bottom-up economics. On Bapa's side is kind of policies, although they have not come up very well, but which I suspect it will come up once he formally declares that he's going to fight for presidency. I don't know if he has his running mate or his coalitions. Is not clear yet. Now, when I compare them, both of them, the Baba wants to share power with some other people, but the Ruto wants everything by himself as a boss so that he can control from the central point of view that he's going to control. And that one, I just feel is trying to become a little bit more powerful. He wants to be a powerful president than a neutralized president who can have all the powers to do and undo. Now, on the part of how they are traversing the country, it's my submission that Ruto is really trying, and he's really trying. Especially, we are not sure whether the resources he's using is personal of his own or is getting resources from other sources. But the fact that he's using resources, of course, the issue of that he has chicken and he has hotels, he has all those business. Trust me, that's not business money is using there. If you use business money on those like that, those business will collapse. Well, there could be a tinge or a tip of some money he may be getting. Normally, a business they would hand the interest from the business at the end of the year. But you can't say every time they sell something, they receive some funds, they give him so that they can go to the church or to the donations, to give donations somewhere. This money is unique. And how he got this money is the one who knows, and is God. And that's the truth about his wealth. No one is going to claim to say that he has gotten money from chicken or like that, or from his farm or his businesses. I think that's the way of arguing. And this politics, na hii ni siasa. Regardless, he has the money. Now, I just saw him a few minutes ago. He was in Kisii and he's talking to people. And I try to listen to him a lot because I like him. He's very intelligent on how he argues his cases. What he wants to give people is hope that they are going to get from their bottom, the so-called bottom, he tells them, up. Now, Ruto was the architect of Jubilee. Everything that was said in Jubilee, he was the one who was proponenting everything, supporting everything to be what Jubilee became. Of course, they brought together, they wrapped together all those political parties to be what they are, Jubilee became. And many people cried later on due to nomination issues. Now Jubilee has crumbled or has crashed. He does not want to associate himself there now. What do you think is going to make UDA different from Jubilee? Nominations is going to break it away. Now, to be objective, what Ruto's aim is to use UDA to capture power. But I don't think he's serious with the economics and the promises he's telling the people. Because all those promises he told Jubilee were crumbled, but now he has a very good excuse that baba ndiye alienda kwa bedroom akamtoa huko, alafu hiyo haikufanyika. Now, that is an excuse. What makes you feel like another excuse will not come later if he takes power? There's a lot that will come, and he's good at that. So with Baba looks to be, he has been beaten up a lot. And he, at his age and time right now, I could see, it's my opinion that if he takes power, he is a kind of person who can give service to the people just to build his legacy. I don't think he's money thirsty or he wants to create new businesses for himself now. But he may build some legacy by doing the public service, the public service we so need, that will at least name him, retain his popularity after he goes off. Sasa mi naona sasa Ruto angekuwa smart, angeachia huyo mzee afanye tamu yake amalize, and Ruto will be the boss. But he's too ambitious, and I'm afraid he may retreat. He may return fire back if he gets power to some quarters. I don't think, even when he talks, he's very good in talking, but he has some bitterness in himself. This bitterness will be exemplified once he is in the office. It's the reason why he wants to be the boss and the boss only. Hataki kupingwa. Sasa, and that is the danger of our deputy president, that, can you imagine the deputy president losing this presidency with all these resources he has used? Can he put him on his Baba side? Baba's won presidency and he has lost it. Ruto akiruzi hivyo, hiyo jamaa atachoma nchi. Hiyo jamaa atachoma nchi. And that is the truth. All of us knows that all is not good with Ruto, and he has bitterness that his people were removed from power. Now, if you look at the people who are surrounding him, most of them have cases in court, cases of corruption, and that is the public money. But they are claiming that they are being followed because they support Ruto. Why is it that people who are around him are the ones who are more associated to corruption? How about we interrogate our leaders before we go to the polls? Okay, the countries like the Western, as you have said, we know that they are doing very well because citizens hold their leaders accountable. We don't glorify our leaders even when they have been accused. Just allegations themselves can take them out of the office. But with us, we glorify just because he's a Kalenjin, he's a Kikuyu, ni mtu wetu. How many Kalenjins are wallowing in poverty na Moi alikaa kwa power for all those years? Hata Ruto, neighbors wake wengine, they are wallowing in poverty. If we can take integrity as a quality of leadership, then our country will change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony. We can have Wekesa, and then we have a newcomer, Musa Ismail, will come in after Wekesa. Wekesa, go ahead.
Yeah, hi guys. Because today is a day of choosing candidates, I didn't want just to remain as a moderator, but I wanted to make my submission. And so, as much as we are here and we listen to debates, but also we make our contribution. We give our preferences and our choices, and we tell people why we prefer particular candidates. So me, I have been for advocating and championing for Mandela moment, and I know it's coming soon. And I don't want to leave Ndeto behind. We want to go to Canaan with him. And recently, one of the elders from the mountain said that Canaan is just here across the mountain. And so, Ndeto, you are welcome. Maybe you are part of the Canaan that we are going. Okay, let me go straight to the point. First, we call him Baba, and I have seen many of his opponents argue that why should I call somebody who is not my father as Baba? We must understand in the context, because when we study In school, we have so many fathers. We have the founder of genetics is called a father of genetics, a father of management, a father of democracy. So we are talking about the father of democracy. It's not just a father for anything. Yeah, we have to put it in the context. And we know and we appreciate that for us, even who can sit here and enjoy this. There are friends of us who come in the comment section and say, like, you guys in Kenya, you are very lucky. You can talk anything, and like you can't even measure your speech because you have a very good democratic space. There are countries where you cannot pronounce yourself to anything. You have to censor your words you say. You can say something the way we normally make comments here recklessly, and tomorrow somebody's on your neck, and even that channel is closed. So we have to appreciate that the democracy we enjoy, there are people who fought for it. And this is very important because there are people who argue when they talk about, sasa Raila ametufanyia nini? We've never seen his development record. I normally say that there are development records which are qualitative and quantitative. And so it's easier to see a wheelbarrow, and I appreciate that that is development, but you can't see democracy. And so you think that democracy is not development. However, it's very expensive. They say that democracy is the most expensive thing in a national development. And so Raila went for the most expensive. Just as in our body, there are arms we can see, and we think that they are very important, but you can lose an arm and still survive. But there are things which are not seen, like a liver. Yet, if you lose your liver, then you are done. So we have to appreciate that there are things we don't see with our naked eyes called democracy, yet very important concept and part of development of a nation. Two, I want to appreciate that Baba has been in the forefront for national conservation. Baba championed for the conservation of Mau forests. He talked about there were irrigations which were to put the water catchment areas in central. I think he had issues with the dams being built and then affecting some of the water catchment areas. So Baba looks at conservation of environment and the ramification of any project to the future generation. There are those leaders who are myopic. They can never come up with something and just create something for the sake of a political expediency to score goals and get away with what they want to get. But they don't look at how they affect, what their action can affect the future generations. Baba accepted to lose election for the sake of preserving Mau forest, and he said, if it will cost me my seat, so be it. And he was very candid. I like him because he's very assertive, he's very focused, he's very principled. When he calls for something, he calls for all of it, regardless of the consequences. So there are people who live because of an election, but Baba lives because of the vision he has for our country. Okay, so for those who count him a perennial loser, for him, he has never lost. If he lost the election in 2007 because he conserved Mau forest, he never lost anything. Number three, Baba has pronounced himself on a model he wants to build, to rebuild this nation if he's given a chance. So that is made in Kenya. So he wants to build a manufacturing industries, and so that we have local jobs and the local products produced from Kenya. He believes that Kenya can produce, he has what it takes to produce and sell even to the world, rather than just consuming products from other worlds, and therefore by growing our own GDP. Baba has emotional intelligence. Baba is forgiving. Baba knows Baba rationalized his demeanor. Baba, everybody, people can call him Muganga, can call him devil worshipper, they can call him Satan, they can call him what they want, Muntu Mukuruki. I have never seen Raila angry. In fact, he makes fun of what people say. He makes it fun. He does not show that bitterness and revenge to people, but he manages his temper and his demeanor. Baba is also a professor of politics. Yeah, when people have written him off 20 times or several times, they have said that P.O. Box Bondo, the more they send him to Bondo, the more he finds his resilience and comes back. And when you say that alibagi na risasi moja imeisha, he repackages himself and he comes back as a new brand. And that is this great leadership qualities. Somebody can be able to repackage himself. When you think he's done, then he comes back. So that means even when a country has gone to its worst, like we are going through a recession, a leader with resilience is able to bring a nation that is on its knees back to hope and reality. Baba has pronounced himself and he says he's ready to fight corruption and he is ready to deal with corruption from its core. He has been very categorical. So we believe him on that, and he himself, he doesn't have the baggage of corruption. Baba himself has been, in fact, people have been making fun of him that he is a sanitizer. You see, when people think that you are a sanitizer, you know that they are putting you in a role and the level of messiahs, where they are the only people who can cleanse the sins and make people whole. So what it means is that you have a reputation. When people tell you, even in the Old Testament, it was only priests who could cleanse other people their sin. So when people say you are a sanitizer, it may look like a mockery, but when you look at it from a deeper perspective, they say that you are okay. So when people come to you, they adopt a good character rather than being soiled. The reverse is when people say that when people walk with you, they become dirty. Baba also has he's a team player. When you look at it, he has not been he's not abrasive to go it alone. He wants to build teams. Most of the time, from even after 2005 there, he worked on building teams. So he raises, when people work with him, he raises them and they have a national outlook. We know of Pentagon, we know of Principles, we know, those are groups that Baba created when they were working with him politically. And this time he also bringing up something called Azimio la Umoja. So he wants all teams to come together so that they can focus for a national good. I just want to finish with one or two more. Baba respects the sanctity of life. Baba was very categorical when there was issues to do with the killing of this lady Ule, suspected by Obado. Baba respects sanctity of life, so Baba does not believe that people should be murdered mercilessly, but he needs sanctity of life to be respected. In terms of religion, there are those who argue that he's Mganga, but Baba has faith. Yeah, he's a believer. And serious people don't use religion to manipulate others. They allow people to have their own faith and worship God the way they understand. But there are those who use religion as a manipulation tool, even as a tool of trade and a tool for politics, which is completely very wrong. The last thing is Baba is he's very committed to to work with youth and empower them and ensure that youth has a space in the building of the nation, and also the women. He has a passion for women to be empowered. Yeah, that is it. I think that is why I choose Papa, and I'm waiting for the Mandela moment to happen to us as a nation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Wekesa. Just before we do a round, maybe I want to put in three comments. I think you have gone so much into why Baba. Even as a moderator, I do have my choice, and I just want to say, why not Ruto? Gerard Ford said this: a government big enough to give you everything you want is a government big enough to take from you everything you have. That is not me. That is Gerald Ford who said that. A government big enough to give you everything you want is a government big enough to take from you everything you have. Now, the things that Ruto is trying to promise everyone, and I want to, with caution, quote what Ndeto has said. If a politician is going to use his money to get to power by giving you the tokenism, someone calls that tokenism, or handouts, there will be no reason for him not to steal from you for the next 5 years. Because he will go into the point of now, recouping that investment. If he has worked hard and is saying that you can work hard and get up there, I don't think it means you can work hard and come and just dish out your money like that. That is not what you want to teach your population. That is poor economics. So it means that there's something that is not telling you people. There's no government across the world where someone has come with populism and has remained in power for too long. That has happened there are so many examples, you can quote them. So I don't think you need to impoverish people. That is something that has been pointed here many times. Ruto has been part of the impoverishment of the people that is now telling that he wants to save. And I think we should condemn that. It is not in 2017 or 2018 that all of a sudden he's become aware of wheelbarrows and mikokotenis. These people have been there since time immemorial. They were there during independence. They were there during the first multi-party, campaigns. They were there even when 2013, when he was coming to power. There were people of mikokoteni and there were people of wheelbarrows. So it's not just woken up to the realization that now they need to be empowered. The other thing I want to say is that the selfishness that I witnessed with Ruto, it is not good for the country. He is a billionaire, and UDA as it is run by billionaires. Ruto being one of them, Gachagua being the other, and Modama being the other. So they are using their billions against, and then when other billionaires are meeting, they are making noise that those billionaires are meeting, and then they are meeting to impoverize other people against the other, to set the hustlers, the real hustlers, against the other people. I think that is not fair. And some of these hustlers actually go back and work in factories of those particular billionaires who are meeting. Many of them are working at Citizen. Many of them are working at Equity Bank. Some of those hustlers, their children are going to school because of Wings to Fly by Equity. Are you telling them that Equity Bank is not taking them to school? I think that is selfishness. So for that reason, I don't want a selfish leader. I don't want someone who thinks that he can solve everything. Even in the greatest armies, they don't teach the leaders to operate by themselves. They are taught to move in groups. Ruto believes that he's the only one who knows what solution it is there for Kenya and nobody else, which I don't think is true. You need to work with other people, not one person. All of us here, including Deto, only talks about Ruto and Ruto, that he knows. It can't be that one person knows what Kenya wants. You should learn to work with people, work with others, provide a greater, opportunity for more people, Then The other thing that I wanted to ask for, especially young leaders like Ndeto, who wants to be a leader, we need, as a matter of urgency, to train our people that handouts is not good to rely on handouts. It is not right. In South Africa, xenophobic attacks were brought up because people thought when Zuma comes in, they will come get all the businesses down there and many other things that they had been told. Those promises were not coming as soon. It is just the other day when you started having this hustler narrative catching fire and people killing others. So we don't want to set people against others. We don't want to set rich against poor. You are not poor because I'm rich, and I'm not rich because we are poor. That is not a society we want. So when Ruto met the other day, he was saying they are setting themselves with other people. We are setting ourselves with those people of those who don't have. I don't think that's a narrative we want to sell. If you're going to be a president, you're going to be a president for everyone and to everyone. And you're going to be ruled by the Constitution. I don't think it is right. We don't need to set the country against any other person. Sell your agenda. Don't always imagine, like I said yesterday, that people meeting elsewhere, they are meeting to plot against you. No, everybody is meeting to go for presidency. And therefore, it is their obligation to plan. And what is Ruto looking for when he goes to Kisii? When he goes to all those other places, is strategizing to be a president. So are the other people. It's a competition, right? I think for me, I don't need a leader on a mission. I don't need a man on a mission. I need a leader with a vision. Someone who has a vision for the country. When you're on a mission, you are alone. You can go even be on a mission to steal. So you use everything to get what you want. Then you'll want to use everything to return what you have used. I don't think that's a leader I want. I want a leader with a vision for the country right now and tomorrow. We have to think, not, they say he is wise who plants a tree, not thinking about the shade of it or him reaping from it. You need to think that he is not the one who is going to be even enjoying the shade, and someone else will be enjoying the fruits. But when you go with someone who thinks that they should plant the tree and enjoy the shade and enjoy the fruits, then that's not a wise person. I don't think Ruto is the best person for the country. However, we need to respect each person's thank you, Ekesa. We need to respect each person's right of choice, democratic right to pursue their political participation, make decisions, and even choose the people that they think they like, because that is their democratic right. That is constitutionally provided. We need to respect everybody's opinion. We need to appreciate that we all not belong to the same political persuasion, which is a democratic right. Everybody has a right to go for the seat. Raila, Ruto, we should not be telling people, you get out, leave for so and so. No, nobody should leave for anybody. If someone feels that they have the support and they can convince people to go there, they need to go for it. Nobody should leave for anybody. Everybody should be prepared to accept defeat and to accept a victory if they win. Ruto side, whichever side, everybody should be prepared with two speech, victory speech and loss speech, acceptance speech. There's nothing like so and so should prepare to be defeated and so. No, everybody should prepare two speeches. If you win, you give your victory speech. If you lose, you give your acceptance speech. You know, that, okay, fine. It was a good fight, but we come together as a country. So now, as we come to end, I think we don't have any more people remaining. I just want to give us a round. We make some final submission. So we'll have at least 2 minutes from everyone. We start with Deto. We come around like this. Well, I see Joseph has come in. I don't know, Joseph. Okay, Deto, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Mugambi. I will conclude by giving an example.
I'm not Mugambi.
Sorry, Themba. This is Themba. I will conclude by giving an example of the Atlantic ship. Actually, it was one of the magnificent ships, and it was a luxurious one, it was a very big one compared to the ones that were existing then.
Leto, you're hanging. Okay, I think Leto is hanging. Mugeni, you can go.
Sorry. I don't know what is happening with my internet.
No,
I think I need.
what you are saying seems to be not very friendly with the internet. So can you rework your words?
Okay. I don't know exactly what is happening because I think it is the company they are maintaining. So my conclusion remark was in relation to the Atlantic ship. And among the reasons why the ship sank was ignorance. Because at one point, these people were given a signal. The captain was given a signal that there were some ice bays, maybe floating somewhere. But because he thought the ship was massive, he kept on towards where the danger was. So, and finally, there was leakage and water filled in the tanks, and it sank. So the reason I've given that example is there are people, parties in this nation, they already think that they have won just because they have the system on their side. They have all people like supporting them, especially the incumbent governors, majority of them, and even other leaders. So it's like they feel they have already won. But what I would like to say this evening is there are leakages. Let them also check on their weak points, because as we approach 2022, people may be so sure, then you find that's when the ship is sinking, and it will be like the final bullet. So, and someone will say goodbye to presidency. So you guys today, every time I make my submissions here, I say those are my opinions, and I cannot force anyone to like subscribe to my ideologies, but I know there are very many people who are also reasoning the way I am reasoning. And finally, I have seen the issue of handout has really raised a lot of issues. What I meant is this, that, as long as people are saying handout is not good, including myself, I do not support it. But, the kind of the situation that we are as a nation, you will find, even if today it becomes a criminal offense to give handouts, you will still people giving other people handouts. Reason being, people are used, and a person like Ndeto, who does not have that huge money to like give to people, I have maybe good ideas, I have a certain focus to bring change in a certain community. Maybe I may not be voted for because I do not have the money. But just because someone is dishing a lot of money, will ended up being voted for. So and that's why I compare and I said that in a way, this issue of dishing out money is outweighing democracy as well. People have been talking about Deputy Ruto as a thief, as a person who steals everything that he gives to people. I was also trying to tell you indirectly that this man has various sources of income where he gets the money he gives to churches or in other platforms. So let us not like demonize everything that everyone is doing. And finally, I am a strong supporter of Deputy President. And I believe we shall form the next government, and it will meet the needs of the people, including poor and those who are rich in this nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ndeto. Okay, Mugen.
Okay, thank you, the moderator, and thank you, all other panelists. I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I would wish to encourage you to continue with this as part of the civic education to our people. However, I would also want to advise ourselves that we are having elections that is in a matter of months, and we have candidates who have expressed their wishes to govern. So I want us to educate ourselves that none of these people are angels in the first place. I've seen my brother Wekesa outlining the good of Jacob. But we must also remember that he's a human being, much as he might be the better placed of all the candidates who have declared. But we run a risk of becoming followers to the extent that we become sycophantic, to the extent that we cannot see anymore when he becomes a president, so that we fail even to criticize where we need to do criticism. And finally, on Ndeto and the issue of tokenism, it's not the Ruto only who has invented the politics of dishing out money. In fact, this extends to the lowest level of MCA, MP, and so on. And this is what breeds corruption in the country, because these leaders, once they are elected, they have to siphon money, find ways of getting money to fund that politics of tokenism. So we must condemn it. We must not tolerate any bit of it if we want to have a secure country for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Tony.
Yeah, thank you. I think, to me, it's my opinion that on the presidential ticket, the dice is already cast. Baba is the next president of this country. You like it or not, presidency, citizens do vote, but there are those who count the vote. The system has its architects. Hata Ruto achukue hiyo kitu, ataambiwa hiyo amepoteza. He will start seeing the numbers going down. He will make noise. He will send his boys to the streets. He will be whipped from there, and of course a few will die. So the question is, who is going to die and who is going to be whipped on the street? I say that because we have an history as a nation. That is what has been happening for Baba. It has happened and happened openly. Till Baba had to invent another way of coming to the government, and that's where he is right now. Ruto made a suicidal action by defying his principle. He has humiliated him a lot, and trust me, the system will act and act swiftly to show him that he doesn't have the power. I don't see any way that Ruto is gonna win presidency and be given to it, that aende haapishwe na nani? Hey, hiyo system itachukua hiyo kitu. But by the way, of course, Baba has a good support right now, especially from the if he was winning without the help of the central province. Now the central province, you see, is in. Of course, Baba don't lose votes a lot. Voters, the diehards of Baba still they exist. And remember what the deputy president has lost some friends already. Not all those who voted for Jubilee are going to vote for UDA. But most of those who voted for Baba, they are more likely to vote for him right now. And watch out, akina Mudavadi na hiyo grupu yake ya Kalonzo na kijana ya Moi, they are going to join the vote. Baba atakuwa rais. In fact, what was going to help the DP was the formation of those. BBI was going in a way to help the deputy president, because he is on the opposition right now anyway, and he's going to be there. So after that, atanyamaza na I think somebody said there he should prepare the victory speech, and also also concession. He has to consent. He's prepared with that already. He knows how he will say, how he will speak it. The dice is cast. Baba is the incoming president. That's my opinion. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you so much. I think before Wekesa gives his final comments, I want to read a few comments from those people who have been following us from the chats. I think Wekesa, you check out Facebook. I'll check out YouTube. I want to read some. I can see the ones I can read, so I won't read all of them. Wicked runs away unchased. Soon I'm not going to read. We have seen you. Nyambanso Fred, we have seen you. Variety Gitash, thanks for always coming in during the conversation. I've also seen Nahash Nzaura. We have also seen you. Thank you so much. Moses Nanje, thank you so much. Patrick Mushiri, thank you so much for always coming in. Dennis Ondiek, thank you for always coming in. We also seeing Eric Thomas Asembo, thank you for commenting. Dennis Ondiek here again. Steve Mutua, Patrick Arioki, Eric Bayer, Ikala movie clips, thank you. Humphrey Mangusio, thank you. Grace Kamau, thank you for coming in and staying on with us. Okay, Douglas Nyamwe, thank you. Robert Male, thank you. Francis Bahati Doro, Chief Dickens, thank you. Lucy Njeri, we have a silly TV too. Kale Bay, yes, I can see Ricky Ruto, Kalebi Young Boo. Thank you so much, everyone who has come in to be here with us. It has been nice being with you guys. We cannot do this without you, and we always look forward to your participation here. Remember, the comments that I express here, I usually say not necessarily those of Mutembei TV or the owner. They are for the individual, and we have to keep talking, because they say when we stop talking, we start fighting. I want to give my quotes that I think it's important for us. This is by Karl Marx. He says that the oppressed are allowed once every few years to decide which particular representative of the oppressing class are to represent and repress them. So every few years, according to Karl Marx, the oppressed are given time to choose between the oppressing class, which one will oppress them. And that is true with us right now. Nobody should cheat us that Ruto, Gashagwa, and Mudama are less billionaires. They are billionaires. So we are just choosing which billionaires are going to be ruling over us. So that is passed by a narrative that has been passed by events. Secondly, yes, there's already a narrative inawezekana and azimio la umoja. So there's no narrative that we are coming to counter. It is not countering any narrative, because thieves, poor people have always been here since Jesus' time. And if it is about coming for the poor, it is not being invented right now by Ruto. Jesus came, and even him, he says, the poor will be here with you till the end. He didn't say that the poor will end. So there's nobody, no politician will ever come and finish poor people in this world. Jesus came, he came for the lowly, and he said that the poor are here with us, and that is going to remain like that. So there's no magic nowhere in the world that will finish all poverty that we are having. However, it is for us to choose, and we have a right to decide who is gonna rule us, who is going to be taking our vote come next year. And that person, in my view, and the best person for this time, is Raila Amolo Odinga. And I want to take it to Wekesa to give his final submission, as also he closes for us.
Thank you so much, Demba, for facilitating this session. Indeed, it has been a wonderful session where people have given their views concerning who they think is the best presidential candidate. My best may not be your best, just as Englishmen say that my food can be your poison. So it's good to appreciate that we are different. And when we look at the letter 9, some can, depending on how you have positioned it, the letter 9 can also be letter 6. Also, when we are looking at on a service, depending on which direction you are standing from, it can be left or right. So whoever is saying right is right because he is on the other side, and whoever is saying left could be right because he's standing on the opposite direction. However, when we put together our conversation, then we realize that what we are saying the same thing, but we need all our input even to complete what we are discussing. Yeah, someone said that 4 blind men were asked to go and palpate an elephant and describe it. So the first blind man came across the tusks. So when he palpated the tusks, he realized that they were so hard, like a log of tree. And so when he was asked, can you describe the elephant? He said that an elephant is as hard as a log of tree. Then another blind man was able to access the trunk of the elephant, and he was asked, can you describe the elephant? He said that the elephant is as huge as a stone. Now, the third blind man was able to access the earlobes of an elephant. And you see the earlobes are very big and then flappy. And So when he was asked to describe the elephant, he said, the elephant is as soft as a blanket. Then finally, the last blind man was able to palpate the rear quarters, and he came in contact with the tail of an elephant. So as huge as the elephant is, it has a very small tail. So he touched the tail, and when he was asked to describe the elephant, he said that you guys normally say elephant is huge. Elephant is as small as a rope. It's just something small like a rope, and something like a rope, as tiny as a rope. Yeah. So if you ask individual experience who best described the elephant, I guess none of them. But when they put the collective experience, when you take the experience of the tiny tail, the experience of the huge trunk, the experience of the flappy ears, and the experience of the tusk, you are almost describing an elephant. And that is where unity is paramount to us as a nation. Nobody has a monopoly of wisdom. Nobody was born to be a messiah to all of us. Nobody was born to have solution for all of us. But when I access Ndeto, I access Ndemba, there's something that Ndemba is endowed that I am not endowed. There's something that there's a way Ndeto brings out the debate. Even when we are here, there's a way Eric brings out the debate. There's a way Ndemba brings out the debate. There's a way Ndeto does it. There's a way Jacodero does it. There's a way Penny. There's a way Mutembei himself does it. When we bring all that diversity, it brings out the beauty of humanity. And that's why God saw it in wisdom to create us differently. That's why we are different from Chinese, we are different from the Hispanics, we are different from Asians. But all of us make human race a beautiful thing. Yeah. So I want to appreciate each and every comment. They may not agree with what I believe is the ideal situation in politics. But however, if we had everybody saying the same thing, if we had everybody singing the chorus of Baba, if we had everybody singing the chorus of Ruto, if we had everybody singing the chorus of Mudavadi and whatever, then our democracy cannot grow. Remember, even someone said that a revolutionist is a conservative a day after revolution. And the idea is this: even those who seek to change the country, after they get to power, they don't want to change. They want to maintain some comfort. So we have to have different people. There are those after some have gone to power. There are those who have to hold them responsible so that they can continue to deliver the change they wanted to share with the citizens. So we appreciate each and every person who sees the rare quarters of the others, the blind spots. All of us have blind spots, and we see only the beautiful faces, but there are blind spots that only your opponent can point out. And as the good book says that just as iron sharpens another one, so does man learn from each other. That's why we have to keep the conversation going. At the end of the day, there's something I've picked from this conversation that enriches my fountain of knowledge. Otherwise, have a good night. Let me just sample a few. Avidelis, he was just laughing, says, hey, okay. These are our Facebook friends. Washington, Anasema, I hope Neto is taking notes. Okay, I don't know concerning which point. Fidelis, Anasema, repartition. Okay. Fidelis commented severally. Let me have, yeah, Facebook had quite a few comments. Majority are coming from the YouTube. So the other one is Ndeto is not serious. This okay. Omari says he's taking time that will be given. Holly says just because he is not subscribing to your way of thoughts. Okay. I think that's all from the Facebook end. There was not much comments, but we appreciate each and every person who watched, who commented, and who joined and made their contribution. If we, in one way or another, you felt we were biased, like we normally say, these headlines are not balanced, because if you are discussing a candidate, yeah, but at least today it was balanced. You choose your candidate. So if you felt we were biased, I don't know, because everybody was given time to defend his candidate. So today's topic, I hope everybody enjoyed. Okay. Otherwise, let's have a good night. We meet tomorrow to another topic. It was wonderful. Good night.
Okay.
Thank you,
Let me say a short prayer. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and pray. See you tomorrow. Okay. Pray.
Okay. Let us pray. Everlasting God, we thank you so much for this opportunity you have given to us via Mutembei TV. Lord, we are praying that whatever that we are discussing on this platform, Lord, may you enrich our mind, enrich our thoughts. Also, may this be a channel of reaching out to many young people and even old people for civic education. Lord, keep also blessing all people who link up here for women good for this nation. May you guide us at every stage of our lives, because you are the Almighty King. Also, use this channel to bring us together and not to split us apart. We thank you and we give you glory. It is in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit that we pray and give thanks. Amen.
Hey, thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Ndeto.
Just hold
Karibuni
on.
sana.
Just hold on kidogo.
Ndeto usitoke kwanza.
Okay.